Alright, hello chat. Is my alert box in kind of a weird place? Hold on. I'm gonna remove that a bit. That should look better in the future. Anyway, hello. How's it going? Hopefully well. YouTube Studio chose a real good time to go wonky on me. Like right as stream was starting. So I might have forgotten to do something. I don't know, because I was just trying to get my stream key in the first place. The studio did not want to give me the stream key, which, in simple, normal person terms, it didn't want to give me the little sequence of numbers and letters so that OBS could send video to this live stream. It wouldn't give me that. Would not let me copy it. But we're here. We made it. Hello, Sepper, Ryan, Korn, Bird, Dreammaster. Bird, thank you for the new member. Well, Bird you've been a member in the past. I wish that YouTube, like, when your membership, like, lapses, because you don't have it on auto-renew, and then you start it again, I wish that it would, still show the amount of months on it. That would be nice. Armored Core video was Pog. Yeah, some people, you know, here and there seemed to think it was not bad. And by that I mean it's definitely the best performing video in a minute. Hold on. Okay. I also just realized that I did not grab the, what's it called? Question of the day and pin it. Do you have a no spoilers message for a game that's been out for a year and a half? It's just the general stream rules. It's not specific to the game. Armored Core fans are desperate for any content ever. Man, Armored Core 6 is already helping out with that. Because just like the amount of videos that are like mine where it's like, I don't know what this game is gonna be, but I want to play the new one, so here I am playing the old one. There's so many of those videos right now that the game isn't even out yet, but that game has, like, revived the Armored Core community. Oh boy. Shit. There we go. With no Luke Skywalker. I left Luke out for multiple reasons. A, if he's on there, people are gonna vote for him a lot, and it might mess with it. So I was like, what if I just left him off? And B, it's almost like a social experiment. How many people are gonna comment Luke Skywalker? Because I bet it's not even gonna be very many people. But thank you for the sub, Uno. Appreciate it. Hello, Tom. No Obi-Wan either. I wanted to get a little wacky with it. I wanted to leave out, like, the really big ones. Because I would say, like, obviously Luke is, like, the default for most people. And then Obi-Wan is probably, I would say, the most, like, genuine fan favorite, if that makes sense. Where Obi-Wan isn't even, like, the main character of the trilogy that he's in. People just, like, genuinely love him that much. Ah! Uh-oh. He's the biggest one. Yeah, I'm curious. Luke, Yoda, Vader, Obi-Wan, Han Solo. I feel like I would put Han Solo in my top 3. I probably wouldn't have before. R2 gets an honorable mention. I might put Han Solo in my top 3. Just because, like, I wouldn't have put him up that high before, I don't think. But I rewatched the original trilogy, last year. Like, just all 3, I went back and watched them again. And I was like, man, I've kind of been sleeping on Han Solo. Like, he's a lot better than I tend to give him credit for. I kind of forgot that I like him this much. It seems like the bot is breaking. That's all. It seems like the bot is having a moment. Give him a second. Has the fog door always done this with the water? Like in vanilla? Because I never noticed it. Anyway. I'm gonna use one of these this time. Because I forgot how useful this thing is. Yes? Yeah, I just never caught it then. I did not notice that it was a new sword, but now that you pointed out, that is not his normal sword, is it? Ah! Stay back, demon. It's okay, even when he hits me, he's not gonna make it through the bubble. Huh? The sword went into the floor, and it missed me. All right. I won't complain. Ah! Come here, bitch! It's the sword you get for beating him? Oh! Oh, so normally you'd get the sword just by beating him, but they made it so that he actually uses it when you fight him? That's actually really neat. That's actually pretty nice. I like that. That's a change that would not have registered for me if Tom didn't say it. I didn't notice he doesn't have it when I fought him, but I noticed that he does have it here. Yeah. Here I am typing on phone like a peasant. Man, I hate typing on my phone. Hate it so much. Show the mod developers are true fans of the game. Yeah. Because... where do you go? Curiosity's getting the best of me, I just have to know. It definitely, like, they didn't have to put that there, but they did. I forgot that I even, like, came all the way down to weeping the other day. I thought I was still just kind of, like, running around doing random bullshit in Limgrave. I had no idea. Or I forgot. I forgot, is what I'm saying. Absolutely not. Nope. No, thank you. No. I am good. No need for that. I'm out. No. No way it teleports me there. Big baby, get back there? No, I don't want to be back there. I want to be here, where things are safer. That... why would it bring me all the way to Landell? And not just to Landell. To the sewers of Landell. No. Not happening. Yellow ember, yellow ember. Wait, the guy had yellow ember on him too? Well, hello. Ah! Stab, stab. Oh, you guys want to know something about my Elden Ring and the stuttering that pops up here and there? I know what's causing it now. And it's great. It's an unavoidable problem, but I know what's causing it now. It's OBS. It's OBS. Crap video card. No, it only stutters like this when OBS is open. Because when I was playing a bit to pull some stuff together for a short, it was not stuttering at all. Like, not even a little bit. But as soon as I turned on OBS to record, it's stuttering like a bitch again. And it's always stuttered for me on stream. Oh, Flamecrest wooden shield. Poke, poke. My god. This game, man. Why? I don't know why OBS causes it, because OBS doesn't take that much, like, CPU or anything. Not to the point where it would make as big of a difference as it does. Because it uses... Here, let me see. How much of my CPU is OBS using right now? 7% of my CPU? Like, it's notable, but it shouldn't be the difference between 0 stuttering and near constant stuttering, you know? Like, I don't know why it changes it so drastically, but at least I got the answer. Take this, and this. Am I even a real Frost Witch if I can't... Sorry, I have massive hiccups from my energy drink right now. If I can't one-shot the rats. Am I even a real witch? Ow. I tried to roll, like, right as I stepped off the ledge, so I hit the button while I was in the air. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Wait. Hold on. What? Okay, I think I just saw it weird. Never mind. Defeated Placidusax the other day, and they made a new incantation for his gigantic lightning nuclear missile. It's so sick. I've got some dragon stuff right now. Not like his. I've got like the frost and lightning like hybrid stuff. Where did I even find this? I don't remember where I found this actually. Cause like this just came from the Carrion Manor. Like that one, but then the other two that I've got on right now are dragon incants or sorceries. I don't know what they're using my staff still, so I guess they're sorceries, right? Dragon sorceries. That one is like practically not even worth using, but it looks cool. Looks really neat. Hold on. OBS was super unstable yesterday, so I had the bitrate a little bit lowered. I'm just putting it back up because I only just remembered that. Because I push it. I use the like maximum bitrate that YouTube allows to try to give like the cleanest picture on live stream that I can. But OBS was doing that weird thing yesterday where it was like overloading and YouTube couldn't handle the amount of bitrate that OBS was sending to it. You should get a 4080 IMO. That's actually the card I'm looking at getting. I have to build a new, well, I don't have to. I'm planning on having a new PC built by the time that Armored Core comes out. So by the end of August. And I'm looking at a 4080 right now. That's exactly the card that I'm thinking I'm gonna get. They made 1,000 new graphics cards since my computer was made. Intel or AMD? Intel. I'm definitely gonna be going Intel. Yeah. I'm brand loyal, and AMD's not giving me a reason to buy one of their components. Making new graphics cards like Iron Man suits, like Iron Man 3. Oh, So how do I get back down from here? I swear I do this at least once per playthrough on Elden Ring. Where I come up here and then I'm like, I don't know how to get back down. Aha. Beautiful. The new MacBooks being very good for gaming? Absolutely, there is zero chance. I don't believe it at all. Because even if they are, like, even if they can get good performance, which would be new for MacBooks, even if that were the case, no one develops for Mac's OS. Like, you can't even buy, like, 90% of the games on Steam on a Mac. Because the operating system literally just won't run it. They're just not compatible. So even then, it's like, it'll be good at running a very limited portion of the games out there. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. See, now that's some real Frost Witch shit. What do you want? I don't like you. You scare me. I can magic back at you this time, though. Ow! Ow! Cole is such a Mac hater. Been awake for 19 hours. I mean, that's not super far off. What's with the hate on Yoda? What, is no one voting for Yoda? I like Yoda a lot. I wouldn't say that he's the best character. Yoda mid? Come on, bro. Yoda's not mid. You can't be saying that. He just isn't R2-D2. I need to put R2-D2 on that next time. Next time I decide to run this and shuffle the characters around. Vader has 80%. I will definitely be taking Vader off of the next one as well. With that now being brought to my attention. I just won't even put Vader on the next time. Baby Yoda is where it's at. Maybe, I feel like if I put Grogu, I'm gonna get a bunch of the new age Mando haters coming out the woodwork. It's not gonna be pleasant. That's one of the, I just can't, I couldn't put Mando on there either. That's two of the best characters. They are one character. Nuh-uh, same person. Even when they say, like, Anakin is dead and shit, they're just speaking figuratively. They don't literally mean that. Everyone just takes it literally for some reason. It's like Raimi's Spider-Man and Tom Holland's Spider-Man. I mean, they act different. But then at that point, it's like saying that, that Luke is a different character in the original trilogy and in Last Jedi. And as soon as I say that, I immediately know what the response is gonna be. He is. He's just different. He's a grumpy old bitch. But he's the same guy. Ah! Yeah, as soon as I said it, I was like, okay, maybe a bad one to choose. Like, immediately I was like, oh boy. It's still Luke. It's just, you're also a grumpy old bitch? Look, I didn't say that you can't be a grumpy old bitch. I said that he just became a grumpy old bitch. I wasn't always a grumpy old bitch. Ah! At least I inflicted frostbite right as he started to do scary shit. Where do I actually get down to that staircase? I saw the staircase, like, into the boss room earlier, but I forget where I saw it. Where was that? Oh no, I'm lost. You say Darth Vader and never Anakin? I just say Darth Vader if he's wearing the suit. Like, that is literally, if he's wearing that suit, it's like, yeah, he's Darth Vader. And also, is he ever named in the original trilogy? I don't think he is, but I could just be, like, missing the detail somewhere. Like, I don't think he was ever even given a first name in the original trilogy. I think that came, like, pretty much with Phantom Menace, unless I'm misremembering. I think Obi-Wan says it. Does he? Hold on, now I'm actually, like, I actually don't know. When he talks about Luke's father to him in New Hope? Hold on. Multiple say it? Hold on. Oh, guys, there's some Disney shit happening here. Thank God for Reddit, man. Thank the Lord for Reddit. He was named for the first time and only time in the original trilogy when Obi-Wan was talking to Luke in Return of the Jedi, like when he was talking to his ghost form. But apparently Disney added it to Empire Strikes Back in a couple instances in the 2004 rework DVD, or sorry, not Disney. That's just the DVD rework, like when they added CGI Jabba to A New Hope. Like with that collection, they went back. And apparently, also, according to Reddit, the first time actually that they name dropped him wasn't even in Return of the Jedi, it was in the Star Wars Holiday Special. Apparently that was the first time they ever said Anakin in Star Wars. Was the Holiday Special, that I still haven't seen. But okay, apparently they did name drop him in Return of the Jedi. Gonna start talking about collisions next. No, I got really curious and I was just like, what? I have to like go back and find this now because I was like, I actually have no idea. Apparently he's named once in the trilogy and it's Obi-Wan in the third movie. But what I was gonna say with that is like, when I talk about him outside of the original, or it's not the original, sorry. When I talk about him outside of prequels, I do always say, what's it called? I always say Darth Vader, unless I'm literally talking about the prequels. But that's just because, like, he was just Darth Vader. Like, for a long-ass time, they didn't even really call him Anakin. Like, in the context of those movies, he's just Darth Vader. I guess that's the best reason I can give. That's genuinely like, yeah, it's just, if he's wearing that suit, he's Darth Vader. If he's not, he's Anakin. Aha. Got you, FromSoft. I'm in. I've got 10 flasks. Oh wait, is there not a boss in here? Oh, well, no need. This might have actually been a big find. Hold on, where's the nearest Grace? If you haven't been here throughout the mod, the remnants are used to craft talismans. And this one seems to be magical. Oh, I could get Green Turtle! My beloved. Blessed Dew is... Ooh, I could increase my passive FP recovery. That could be nice. Raises max HP stamina and equip load. Boosts magic damage negation. There's a lot of options on this one. We're gonna be here for a second. Fire damage, lightning damage negation, holy damage negation, non-physical damage negation, physical damage negation. Ah, here we go. Immunity to poison and rot. Immunity to bleed. Are these new? Don't tell me these were in the vanilla game. I don't remember these at all. A talisman that, like, just flat out makes you immune to poison and rot? That was not there before. I would have known about this. This was not there. Ain't no way that this is a vanilla item. This has to, and this, like, you know, to that effect. Full immunity to bleed and frostbite. Full immunity to madness and sleep. These are crazy. The question is, like, these are, like, situational, right? Like, you'd throw one of these on, like, to move through the lake of rot, and then you take it back off. You wouldn't, like, build with all this, but they're in vanilla, but not that potent. Okay, so they just, like, reduced it then. They didn't fully negate it. Spells consume less FP, but max HP is reduced. I don't know about that one. Memory slots, spell effect duration. Ooh, shortens spell casting time, maybe. Lowers FP consumed by skills. Enhances charged spells and skills. Restores HP, FP, and stamina upon defeating enemies. Right as Korn mentioned it. Restores HP, FP, and stamina upon defeating enemies? What the hell is that, dude? That is insane. Oh, I could get Gold Scarab. Or Silver Scarab. Eliminates all sound made by the wearer. Conceals wearer while crouching away from foes. Grants immunity? Oh, okay. Immunity to fall damage, but does not prevent death from a high fall. I was like, this is nuts. You can't take fall damage anymore? I was about to lose my mind. I would not have been able to help myself. I do think that, what's it called? That Taker's cameo sounds ridiculous. It's not that this doesn't sound good. The only, I kind of want to go with the FP regen one instead. Wait, let me look at the talismans I have on right now. Not really instead, but just kind of like first. Like until I find the next enchanted thing, like whatever it's called. Because I could just swap it for Winged Sword Insignia, which was kind of placeholder anyway. And I feel like that's going to be good for bosses and just generally running around. Like the, what's it called? The Taker's cameo is insane for like 90% of the game, but it won't help me in boss fights. And I normally do pretty alright outside of boss fights. So I might get like the more important one in quotes first, and then next time I get one of these remnants, go back for Taker's cameo, because that thing also sounds ridiculous. But I think getting an extra 1 FP per second, it's not as good as you think. My max is 126. I think, what's the current rate that it's regenning? Probably 1 per second. It cuts it down to like my full bar restoring once every minute if I go up from 1 to 2. I would say that's pretty good. Especially when my spell damage is better and safer than poking with my sword. That sounds ass. Alright, fine. Taker's cameo it is. Because you guys are being bitches. I'll show you later. Next time I'll get the passive regen one. You'll see what I mean. This does sound just ridiculous for generally playing the game. Like, Why? Oh, I could go to the... Okay, I'm gonna go to the church first. Sacred tier and all that. Oh, wait, I actually got a sacred tier. Hold on. If that's the duration it takes. It would be a doubling of the current speed. You know, we don't look at it as how long it takes entirely. Because right now, it takes 2 minutes for it to fully recharge from empty. It's the difference between 2 minutes and 1 minute. Look at it this way. You'll basically one-shot mob enemies and use 0 FP. Oh, that's true. I will just be spamming spells way more with this thing now. Getting FP back in general. Uh-oh. Oh, I got close enough. Thank God. I thought I was coming up short because I jumped from the other side. I would have been pissed. Oh, I probably could have bought an intelligence level while I was at the Grace. I'll do it up at the church. I didn't realize that I had so many runes on me. And I probably got consumable runes to pop too. The double of 1 is still 2. It doesn't make it that large of a number. It's not how we look at this, Mickle. The difference between 1 and 2, relatively, is the same difference between like 10,000 and 20,000 like damage or something in Diablo, right? Or like a 15% and a 30% in Diablo. It's just all about, you gotta look at these increases relatively when you're looking at build stuff. The Church of Pilgrimage. Isn't there supposed to be like an invader here? Like a phantom here? I thought there was up at this one. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong one. Last of Us was nominated? Oh, wow. That's actually, just think about how crazy that is. That like the video game show actually got nominated for an Emmy. Was it like one of the big ones? Was it like best show or whatever? I don't know what the title for the show of the year or whatever they call it for Emmys is. All of the big ones? God damn. My mom and my sister watched the first episode of The Last of Us show, like the 2-hour episode. And they were like, yeah, it's okay. But they didn't watch beyond the first episode. And I was shocked, because I'm like, you are literally the only people that I've heard not love this show this year. Like, everyone I know that watched this show loved this show. The only people who weren't, like, super into it were people, like, in my boat, where it's like, I've played that game, like, 3 times. Like, I know this story. Getting to watch the story for the 4th time doesn't necessarily thrill me. It's not that it's a bad story or anything, but, like, I watched, like, the first 3 episodes. I actually really liked the 3rd episode, but probably just because it was something new. Like, something that wasn't in the game, so it was, like, fresh. It was just something I hadn't seen. That was so dumb. I don't know what I was doing. I was panicking. Yeah, The Last of Us show. I really like Pedro as Joel in that show. Like, I really liked Pedro as Joel. I thought he was such a good fit. I actually, and I said it when we were playing The Last of Us port on PC for what little time that we were. Still mad at that port. I will still never let them live that one down. But, I said it when we were playing that. I actually liked Pedro's Joel more than I liked Troy Baker's Joel. And, like, unapologetically. I like both. Like, Pedro just felt so natural in that role to me. Ow. I'm also kind of a Pedro Pascal fan. Like, you know how a lot of people in nerd culture love, like, Henry Cavill? I'm kind of that way about Pedro Pascal. Like, he's my Henry Cavill, where I just really like Pedro as an actor. Bella got it. Wow, both of the leads got nominated? Jesus. A winged scythe? I don't recognize this one. The thing is, there's so much in Elden Ring that I never saw. Oh, it's a bleed weapon? No, I think I would have seen this. Now that I know it's a bleed weapon, it's a holy damage weapon that inflicts bleed. It's a Dex Faith hybrid. And it's a scythe. This is new, right? Here's the moment where I, for the 5th time today, say this is new, and everyone's like, nope, this is from vanilla. God damn it. Henry Cavill's gonna play Chris in the new RE movie? Wait, he's what? Did I hear Henry Cavill and Pedro Pascal? Yeah, I was saying, like, how most people in nerd culture love Henry Cavill. I love Pedro Pascal in that way. One of the easiest weapons to grab before you do anything else if you want to. Huh. I feel like with all the new, blood incants and just incants in general that this mod adds, a Dex Faith build could be very fun using a scythe like that. Alright, what do we got? I would watch Henry's Chris. I feel like it could work. I'm trying to find the way to word. Man, even when that spell lands, it's just not even all that great. Bitch. Stay back. Oh no, give me time! I was trying to get my bubble. My safety bubble. Come on, man. Oh, yeah, the running one doesn't work like that. There goes safety bubble. Come here. Ow. I keep rolling in to smack him. And he has a, he like doubles up everything. Yeah, that's fine. Show me what you got, you know? Frost versus Frost. That was just uncalled for. That is not what I thought you were going to do. Oh! Holy shit. He's gonna frostbite me! Don't do it! You son of a bitch! Ow! Because frostbite makes me deal, like, reduced damage, doesn't it? That's not a good effect to get hit with. That's what I thought. Stay back. Ah! We traded it. Highly resistant to frost. Thankfully, I've just been pumping intelligence up. Maybe because I want to use some dragon sorceries that I've come into possession of. But I just have, I've been putting so many runes into just bringing my intelligence up. I want to get it up to like 40. So that I can use all the dragon shit that I've got now. Because I just happened upon, like, dragon sorceries that are a mix of lightning and frost at about the same time, like within the same 10-minute period as getting the opportunity to craft a talisman that buffs my lightning damage by 5% or something, which isn't a ton, but 5% is 5%. If I can have it, I'll take it. Has there been any more info? Absolutely not, no. That DLC is not real. I'm convinced. Hollow Knight Silksong is not a real game. The Elden Ring DLC is not real. We are just being lied to. They are just leading us on. I am thoroughly convinced. Thank you for listening. Oh, I was curious about maybe trying this. Successive attacks restore HP. Shut your mouth when you're talking to us. Everyone in chat, it's like, no, they're real. I swear. They're gonna be the new, what's that game called that everyone's been talking about as being like a scam, like it's just not a real game. It's like Days, shit, what is it called? I even forgot, not Half-Life 3. GTA 6. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I am putting a strong prediction on GTA 6 trailer within the next year. Like, I would put a hard prediction down on that. Like, I would bet money. In investors' calls, they've said that they plan to release GTA 6 by, like, by halfway through 2025, they expect it to be, like, released. So, we're actually, like, we're going to get a trailer soon. Because they're gonna market the shit out of GTA 6. They're gonna go ham on marketing that game. CEO of FromSoft would be removed immediately if shareholders found out there was no Elden Ring DLC. You're probably right. Hollow Tongue, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. No, I'm just joking when I say stuff like this game isn't real. Because there are so many, like, MMO projects and stuff that, they literally just, like, pre-render these trailers to hype up a game that doesn't exist to fund, like, a Kickstarter campaign. So I'm just, like, shitposting about, like, Silksong being not real in that sort of sense, and, like, Elden Ring DLC being not real in that sense, where it's like, they mention it here and there just to lead you on. Just to keep your hope going. But it's not, they're not working on it. It's not real. It doesn't exist. Gonna be released on the PS6. No, they're really, like, they've told investors multiple times now, the Take-Two, which is the parent company for Rockstar, like they own Rockstar, that fiscal year 2024, which goes from, like, if I'm correct, which I'm not in business, I never studied business, so I'm not 100% if the time frame is accurate, but I think it's March to March is a fiscal year. So it's like March 2024 to March 2025 is when they are looking at releasing GTA 6 in that window. So I think that Tom's prediction is probably what I would predict too, is that we're gonna get a trailer for it like by the end of the year, realistically speaking. How did the Armor Core video end up doing? It hit a bit of a second wind this morning. Like, it was starting to trail off, but it picked back up, so let me go look. Yeah, it's still kinda, it's doing a little bit of this, like a little bit of, you know, it'll flatten out a bit, and then it will spike again for a little bit, and then it'll start to flatten out, and it'll spike again. It's just coming up on 6K right now, so it's still, like, biggest video in a minute. Especially for being in, like, I mean, in the games industry. I think I've used this term before, but maybe I haven't. I don't say it very often. But generally, in industry speak, the month of July is commonly referred to as Dry July, because nothing happens in the games industry during the month of July. So, for getting a big video in the middle of Dry July, not so bad. Not so bad. Wet January? Bro, wet September this year. My lord. September is already drenched this year. We're getting drunk. Dude, September is gonna be so ridiculously busy. I actually cannot believe just the sheer amount of stuff happening in September. Fuck. That one's actually gonna be kind of hard to make the jump on, isn't it? But we need the Armored Core 6 demo right now. It would be a good play for them to put that demo out to the public. Someone commented on the Armored Core video about how there's the demo happening on the 20th. So, I mean, with the Armored Core community, I just died. I feel like the Armored Core community has probably been starved for content, not even just in terms of games, but even like YouTube content for years. Like, there hasn't even been an Armored Core game in so long. What's funny with that video, am I at the bottom? I am at the bottom. What's funny with that video is there's a lot of people saying that I should be skipping games. Like, playing more Armored Core before 6 comes out, but they're like, yeah, you probably should just play, like, these 2 games and don't really worry about the rest. And I'm like, you don't know who I am. Like, I will play every single you could tell me it's like the worst game you've ever played in your life, and I'm still playing that shit. I'm still playing it. The camera might be out of sync. It might be. Is it? It looks like it could be. If it is, to me, it looks horrifically out of sync, but there could just straight up be like a 1 second delay between my desktop and my laptop. No. Hold on. Oh, I'm not gonna hit that. That's not my... Hold on. Well, critical hit. Oh my god, my FP just went up a whole lot. Yeah, this talisman's... Wow! Wow! He just tanks that, huh? He just tanks that. Hold on. Before I go up there to fight him like a man, I'm putting on my safety bubble. See ya, bitch! Outta here! Oh, he's gonna climb up the ladder. Hold on. Or, oh yeah, there he is. God, this bubble is so bright when I use it. Jesus. God, look at that FP. This talisman is stupid. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna fix the sync real quick, but say hello to the void for me. Hello. That should be better. Right? Jesus, man. That should be better? I think. A bit? Is it not? Still not great? The hell? Alright, let's do it again. Let's hit it again. If it got a little better, it'll get a little better again, right? That looks better. I think. Yeah? Yeah, better? I think. I don't know. I'm just trying to like look at it, but I can't hear the delay. I can just kind of eyeball it because I have to look at the. It looks better. I think. Oh, it's still out of sync. I see it. It's hard for me to look at it. It's fine. It's less out of sync. It did get better. If Tom says it's fine and no one else complains, then no one will notice. No one will know. Right. I mean, fine, not good. Yeah, it's perfect. Hello? Can we not? Oh my god, you have a lot of poise, sir. God damn you. Why are these guys in here? Why are there Landell soldiers in this mine? What's up with this? Huh? Need me a new Batman game? We just got one. Everyone's favorite game of 2022, Gotham Knights. It was a real good time. Loved that game. Definitely finished it. Definitely did not drop the game purely out of boredom. Loved that game. Big fan, me personally. Don't know about the rest of you. I would have gotten through it if the story was at least good, but it was not. Like, I could have stuck with it if it was at least like a cool, like, Batman story, but it just wasn't. That was actually, if I remember right, like, right at the end of me playing it, I was doing, like, a main story mission, and I feel like I literally said, like, even the one hope for, like, a saving grace in this game, like, it's just not even pulling it together. Like, it can't even carry the game. I genuinely was just like, I don't know, I'm done. I've had my fill of Gotham Knights. The open world stuff was so repetitive. I could not stick with it. I tried, but I couldn't do it. And now whenever I'm like, hey, False, you should really try out these Arkham games. She's like, I don't know, I'm not really a superhero fan. And I'm like, I'm telling you, they're just great games. I bet that you end up at least enjoying the story somewhat, even as someone who's not into superheroes, because the game is just good, and the character work is great. And she's always like, didn't you literally drop the last one because it was bad? And I'm like, that's different! Different game! Developers are so lazy, but they just refuse to copy and paste the Arkham games. I feel like the thing was that they were trying to distance themselves from the Arkham games, but at the same time, it really, like, at its core, in a lot of ways, was kind of still just an Arkham game. Like, the combat wasn't evolved to a point where it felt meaningfully different. They still did, like, the Arkham combat, so to speak, but they replaced the counter button with a dodge button. Like, they made it so that you just dodge the attacks instead of doing, like, cool, flashy counter animations. That even in the Arkham games, you know, the counter moves didn't really deal much damage when you hit an enemy with a counter. It really was just for defense. And they just looked really cool and were way more satisfying than, like, just sidestepping a punch. But then with Gotham Knights, it was like I would just sidestep it or, you know, do a little flip over their head, but then, like, that was it. Whereas, like, in the Arkham games, I would press the counter button, and Batman would do like a 4-hit combo on them in response after blocking it. And it did no damage, but it just looked super flashy. Like, it's way more satisfying to defend from attacks like that. Ow. Can you not? Surely I can break his defense. It's on my list. They're just such good games. Like, to the... Oh, what was it that I saw? Oh, Tomothy, do you know about the new Black Panther game? Not the co-op one, the new one that we just heard about. Do you know about it? I'm sure that you do, but I forgot to send it to you on Discord. This was like maybe 2 days ago or so that we heard about this. Tom probably knows about it. I don't think so. Maybe I have. They're doing like an actual like Arkham-esque Black Panther game. I don't remember who's working on it, but the director of that game is the director of Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War. Is directing a Black Panther game currently. That's like in very early stages, but he's working on it. Which I wasn't big on those games, but give me relatively that formula, but make the open world not dog shit. And make it Black Panther instead of Lord of the Rings, and I might be interested. That one might tickle me fancy, if you would. Son of a bitch. Spider-Man 2 and Wolverine. Yeah, Wolverine is bold. I'm glad that they're working on it, but Wolverine is bold because Insomniac is gonna have to like take a step away from Spider-Man games to work on Wolverine, which I'm surprised that Sony is letting them do it, but I'm glad that they're doing it. If they'd make an M-rated game of The Boys, that'd be sick. I like The Boys. I don't love The Boys. The Boys is one of the like superhero shows that came out of nowhere that went like super mainstream. Like people didn't know about The Boys prior to the series. The Boys didn't do it for me personally. However, what I really liked was Invincible. Also Amazon, funny enough. But I'm still waiting for season 2. I'm still waiting. Also Literal Perfection. I got like halfway through season 1. And like, it wasn't bad. But it was one of those shows that I kind of just like forgot to keep watching it. Like I wasn't put off from it by any means, but I wasn't excited to continue either. So I kind of just forgot about it. But Invincible was great. I really liked Invincible. Very ready for that to get continued. Pretty great. Yeah, it wasn't bad. It wasn't one of those not my thing in the sense of like I was put off from it. It was kind of just like I genuinely just naturally kind of like fell away from it, if that makes sense. Wait. Damn, I only have one. Ah, shit. Wait a second. Oh, I could actually upgrade the frozen needle. I don't know when I got that large smithing stone, but I can actually get it to +4. Yeah, there is a path here. This is a big ass cave. Oh, here we go. I was like, this is a lot larger than I thought. Now we're at the boss. The fact that the last time Coldplay D4 was over 3 weeks ago. Season 1 starts next Thursday. And I think that literally the servers for season 1 like go up at the time that I start stream. So we'll be cooking on Diablo next week because I've got to, like, you know, get content for season 1. Because since Diablo 4 is a seasonal game, it's gonna be one of those things where, like, I'm gonna be in and out of doing Diablo content pretty much as the seasons come around. When was the last Halo stream? Not even that long ago. What are you talking about? We just did Cursed Halo. Huh. Interesting. Jesus. Not where I was expecting that to take me, but here we are. Anything else necessarily of note in Weeping? I don't think so. I think I did the bits that I wanted to do. Yeah, I think we're good. Oh, I should go to the Dragon Cathedral. I should do that. I'm gonna go to Round Table. You're enjoying yourself in that stream? That's not what the Halo... Oh boy, Tom was not there long enough. Tom was not in that stream long enough to know how that stream ended.
You're new no matter loud you're up.
Because that does not happen. What happened that day is not a thing that happens on this channel. But that mod brought it out of me. The truth, yeah, it was Truth and Reconciliation. Yeah, I hit my absolute breaking point and I rage quit off and went and leveled prayer on RuneScape for like an hour at the end. Like, we actually just booted up RuneScape and I leveled prayer for an hour. I spent like 100k gold buying bones on the Grand Exchange. And I just chilled out in the Grand Exchange burying bones and just talking about whatever. It was a just chatting stream with me burying bones on RuneScape. I don't even know what RuneScape is. Bro, what? It's the only good MMO ever made in human history. And I will stand by that. I will stand by that until the day I die. It's the only good MMO ever created. There was not a single other MMO that was actually fun to play. Diablo 4 is not an MMO. I don't care how much Blizzard wants to sell it as an MMO, it's just not. It's just not an MMO. It is? It's not. You're wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. Like, if you want to see what an ARPG MMO hybrid actually is, like, look at Lost Ark. Like, that's an MMO. Diablo 4, outside of having an open world where you run into other players, has no MMO-esque systems. Like, there's nothing in that game outside of that one thing, and, like, world bosses, I guess. But that's also just the open world. That, like, systematically is MMO-esque. I guess is the best word that I could use for it. There's no dailies. There's no, like, compendium grind. There's no, like, raid content. Like, nothing about that game outside of the open world represents anything like an MMO. It's just not an MMO. There's no skills. There's no skilling. There's skills, but not like MMO skills. It's ARPG skills, which Oh my god. I got stuck on that little bone thing. Dungeons are raids? No, dungeons are solo content. When I say raids, I mean like Destiny raids or like WoW raids, where you need to like go in with a group of people, like a large group of people, and actually do it that way. Granted, some Destiny raids are soloable, but it's like 2 out of like the 15 raids that have ever existed across the 2 games are soloable. Maybe 3. You don't need to go in as a group. You do. Like, all of them involve puzzles. Like, Vault of Glass. This is Destiny 1. I didn't play Destiny 2, but I know, like, I have friends who love Destiny 2. So I hear stuff about it. Plenty. But, like, Vault of Glass as an example, there are multiple portions of that raid that you literally need, like, a minimum of 6 players to be able to progress. And it's not even, like, in terms of the combat where you can just get good and get past it. It's, like, actual group mechanics that you need to have a certain number of people for it to even be possible. Raids can be solo. Like, Destiny only has, like, 3 raids in the history of the franchise that aren't like that, where you need, like, a minimum of a group of people. And there's no matchmaking for it either. Like, you'd actually need to go out on, like, a forum or just have a set group of friends that you do raids with to be able to do it. Like, that's an MMO raid. Raids can be solo. Diablo, every dungeon is built with the intention of solo, and you can co-op if you want. But Diablo dungeons also don't have puzzles. They don't have mechanics outside of, like, kill enemy and interact with thing to get you to the next room. Diablo 4 being an MMO does not make sense. Diablo is just a good game, so you can be solo. Then MMOs, oh my god, even good MMOs, like RuneScape, have, like, group-only content. Like, what's it called? Something of Blood. I can't remember what it's called. It's like group raid content. I've always been a, I don't know what you'd call it, like an economic player on RuneScape. I play RuneScape because I like making money. Like, that's all I want to do on RuneScape, is I want to, like, essentially work. Like, I will find a way to make money. Like, I'll just sit there and, like, bless, like, holy symbols that are unblessed that I bought off the Grand Exchange for, like, 30K. And I'll sit there blessing them for, like, an hour. I'll bless, like, 400 of them in an hour. And then sell them back for a total profit of, like, 150. Or, sorry, a profit of, like, 120. I'll sell them back for, like, 150 in total once they're blessed. Like, I literally just make money on RuneScape. And that's why I play RuneScape. Does have content that requires other players. What? Because it doesn't. It doesn't. PvP, guys, Halo is an MMO. Call of Duty. Gears of War. Street Fighter. Mortal Kombat. COD World War II is an MMO? You're shitposting at this point. Dude, I forgot, what was it called? The headquarters in World War II? World War II headquarters is actually one of the funniest things they've ever done. A Hollow Knight mod. You see that Homelander's gonna be a character? I've heard that the DLC characters, at least 2 of them leaked. and one of them was Homelander, and one of them was Omni-Man. Which makes sense because not only are they both like superhero-themed characters, but they're also both like Amazon series. So they would have gotten the rights to both characters from the same company. So it like actually makes a lot of sense for that to be the case. If both of those guys will be DLC characters. Yeah, Homelander actually like is coming to Modern Warfare 2 in like 2 weeks as well. So that also just goes to show that Amazon is willing to, you know, license out those characters to games. So I would say that it's probably very likely that the Mortal Kombat leak is real. Because The Boys is having a crossover with MW2 in like 2 weeks. They just dropped a trailer for it. Yeah, Omni-Man is from Invincible. He's a character in Invincible. Anyone who's watched Invincible knows what I almost just said. And if you spoil Invincible, you are a word that I cannot refer to you as on YouTube because of Musan. But you are a see you next Tuesday, if you will. If you spoil Invincible for people. Because that show's great. And I will call you mean words if I catch you spoiling it for people. I'm gonna do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'll have to send the, what's it? Omni-Man is Mark's father.
Come over here, would you? You're tarnished, aren't you?
Finished your sentence.
I would advise...
The Superman of Invincible's universe? That too. He is very like Homelander. In that, like, they're both kind of like Superman archetypes, if you would. Might cut into my Kardashian time.
You breach the castle undetected.
I mean, if it's between Invincible and Keeping Up with the Kardashians, I can't blame you for not prioritizing Invincible.
I'll signal them to open.
Because, like, as much of a masterpiece as that is, it doesn't hold a candle to Keeping Up with the Kardashians. The masterpiece that is. That's just the full Godric set. Was that there before? Because in the past, I've farmed my, what's it called? In the past, I've farmed Godric soldier armor. Was it always, like, you could just find the entire set by picking it up right there? Because if that was a thing, I regret some of the time that I spent on a couple of previous playthroughs. Granted, it's not hard gear to farm. It's not like it takes a lot of time because it drops super easily, but... yeah, anyway. Boom. I need a great Somber Stone. His place in the universe is similar as the main hero. Yeah, he's like the... He looks like Superman. Like, you look at him, and it's like, he's supposed to be Superman visually, pretty much. Like, he's got a similar costume, just different colors, cape and all that. He's a big, muscly man that flies around and is super strong. He is just, like, the strongest hero in that time, or in that universe, I guess is the proper thing to say. He's like their Superman. He doesn't have, like, laser eyes or anything, but he's their Superman, effectively. Man that flies and is super strong and is, like, the strongest hero. That's Superman to me. That's close enough. You're hitting the main boxes. There's more beyond that, like, even character-wise. he's their Superman. Can you just... I was about to whip out Torrent, but... Red cape, main guy. Alien from another planet. That's not a spoiler. It's like when they introduce him, he's talking about it pretty much. Or it's like the scene after they introduce him, he's talking about the planet he's from. But hello, Jackaroony. Welcome. I opened the gate in case I want to just, like, not do this and go back over to it. But I still like doing the run-up. Superman's so cool. Omni-Man is so cool, man. I had a buddy who got Invincible, like, spoiled for him before he watched it, and dude, he was so pissed, because he was, when he finally, like, watched the show. At first, when I heard that he had been spoiled, like, before he even got, like, halfway through, I was, like, pissed for him, and he didn't really even care. He was like, I mean, it's whatever. It won't, like, ruin the show for me. But then after he finished the show, he was like, dude, that would have been so much better if I didn't know. And I'm like, you see? You see what I mean? Because I've never seen it. It's actually still so good. The OG Superman, when did it come out? I don't think I've seen a Superman movie other than Man of Steel. Maybe I'm forgetting one from like a long time ago. But I think that's the only one I've ever seen. Unless I'm just forgetting one. And I liked Man of Steel a lot when I was younger. But when I watch it now, I'm kind of like, I don't know about this one. But that could just be me being a bit of a bitch about the DCEU nowadays. Because I'm like, man, how do you have so many great characters and you manage to fumble every single one of them? Like, how is your source material so good and there's so much of it and you just managed to mess up all of it? I haven't seen the recent ones, like some of the ones that people have said are better, like The Suicide Squad, the second one. It's important to emphasize. I haven't seen that. What's the other, like, more recent DCEU movie that people are saying is, like, better? Like, no one's saying that they're great, but better is kind of the key word. I'm trying to remember. There's more than just The Suicide Squad that people liked. I really liked The Batman, but that's, it's not like the Snyderverse side of it. Oh, Shazam. I haven't seen Shazam. Wonder Woman I've seen, and I don't think it's good. I don't like the first Wonder Woman movie. That one I've always thought was more, like, overhyped. Oh, speaking of, like, overhyped DCEU movies, dude, Aquaman is not good. I do not like Aquaman. Everyone back when it came out was like, dude, Aquaman's, like, actually good. Like, they did it. They landed one. They got a hit. And then I watched it and I was like, this is just not it. What are you talking about? Like, I was so like, huh? The suit. I mean, the suit, I like Jason Momoa. Just, like, purely visually as Aquaman. Like, you see him in that suit and it's like, yeah, that could be Aquaman. That works. I like the look. Like, I'm not talking character-wise at all. I'm just saying, you know, you see him and it's like, I like that rendition. That's a good-looking Aquaman. But the movie, yeah. Am I the only one who, like, I know about the gate, like the main gate for the castle. Obviously, I've done it multiple times, but I just choose to do this run-up instead. I think it's the Dark Souls player in me. I think it's the side of me that prefers the older style of, like, level and world design in these games. that just I willingly run up this way because it feels more like the older games than running straight through the gauntlet of ballistas and everything. Brick hammer. I will not touch that. His head on that suit is the part that throws me off. I feel like he's a very like rough looking Aquaman, I guess is the way to put it. But I think he looks fine. I don't like the way that they wrote him. He's kind of obnoxious. But the suit and Jason Momoa in the suit to me looks good. Felt like Snyder was embarrassed of the characters he was working with. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't look like a king. That bit is like, that's normally he's got a very clean look to him. That's why I said like he's a rough looking Aquaman. Like normally he looks very put together, if you will. In the Aquaman movie, he does not. It's obviously they were going for like MCU Thor energy with Aquaman in that movie. Like that was very much what they were looking at, and they were like, we want to have a character like this, and we think Aquaman is the one to do it with. And it definitely could have landed. Because I mean, Thor, they made Thor that way because he was like boring in a mass market sense, like in the comics, in the source material, right? Ah, shit. So they were like, Thor is not a character that we can really market to much success, like to mainstream audiences, so they changed him entirely, and it works. I love MCU Thor. Knowing what I know about him comic-wise now, I would not prefer that they did him that way at all. But they did not land it with Aquaman. They did not land that transition the way that the MCU did. To be fair, the MCU had a rocky start with it as well. I know that the first Thor movie is one of the more debated MCU movies, because you either you like it to the point where you're willing to defend it, or you really don't like it. I'm in the camp of I really don't like the first Thor. That movie is so janky and awkward to me. I do not like it. But there are people who like it. But in that movie, like, MCU didn't land that transition the first time by any means. Like, even Chris Hemsworth is Thor, right? Right? Chris Hemsworth? Hemsworth. Yeah, I got it. I always say the wrong one between him and Chris Evans. So every time I'm just like, wait a second. Speaking of, I've been doing Chris Hemsworth's ab routine that he did for Love and Thunder. And it's actually not even hard. It's very, like, repetitious. Like, it's just doing a lot of ab stuff, but none of it is, like, particularly difficult ab stuff. So I don't even, like, his abs are beautiful in that movie, and mine, not so much. So I don't know what I'm missing there, because, I mean, he flat out, like, he gave the routine in an interview. That's where everyone got it from and started sharing it around from. Like, an interviewer asked him what it was, and he just flat out told them. But, like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I don't know what I'm missing. You know, you look at, like, a screenshot of him in that movie from the scene where, like, his clothes got blasted clean off of him when he was talking to Odin. My abs don't look like that. So I don't know what I'm missing. Other than, like, the not drinking water for 2 days part, maybe. That might be the part that I'm missing. But, there's a difference. Zeus! Sorry, not Odin. Zeus. That's a bad mistake to make. Zeus. I loved Zeus in that movie. I know that there are some people who are like, that movie made me cringe, or sorry, that scene made me cringe so hard. I thought Zeus was hilarious in that movie. I will unapologetically say, if there was anything I thoroughly enjoyed in Love and Thunder, honestly, it was Zeus. Like, genuinely the highlight of the film for me was the whole interaction with him. Which is not saying a whole lot in regards to Love and Thunder, but that had to be my highlight of the movie. Or the, when Heimdall's son, like, speaks to Thor through the void or whatever. The CGI, as it aired in theaters, for that scene, me and my buddy, who have seen, like, every MCU movie together since, like, Age of Ultron in theaters, bro, we were wheezing. Like, we were losing our shit laughing at the CGI in that scene when it happened. Like, we were laughing our asses off. It's basically unanimously agreed that's the worst scene in the film. It's the only scene in the film that made me laugh. Like, it's the only scene. Like, it's not a good scene in terms of writing or anything, but it is the only part of that movie that brought me some sort of, like, genuine enjoyment. So I will die on the hill of that being the highlight of the movie for me. Like, if I had to pick one part of that movie that was my favorite, it was that part. Just because it made me laugh with the movie, not at it. Like, I did laugh at the movie on multiple occasions in the theater, but that was the one time that I was laughing with the movie. Because it was kind of funny that Zeus was talking about, like, you know, his annual orgy and all that. Because it's very, like, weirdly for the MCU, it's actually, like, one of the most mythology accurate things that they've ever done with the gods is having Zeus be an absolute sex pest in Love and Thunder. Like, that's one of the only accurate things they've done with the gods in all of their movies. So I thought that was hilarious. Thor butt. Yeah, that scene. It does also happen to be the scene where they blast all of Chris Hemsworth's, with an S, apostrophe S, clothes off. Does happen to be. That's not why it's my favorite, I swear, but it was that scene. When they killed off Korg and brought him back like 2 minutes later, I just looked over at my friend and it looked like he was about to end it all. Dude, it was so funny. Yeah, in Love and Thunder. Like, that scene was actually funny. Like, that was the best part of the movie for me. And my friend that saw it with me. Well, we saw it with a group, actually, but he and I are the ones who, like, actually see every movie. Like, the rest of us have not gone and watched, like, the rest of the people we saw it with have not seen Eternals to this day. But it's like, we still saw Eternals. Like, we still watched that movie together. Like, we're the two that actually go and watch all the MCU movies. He and I both were in agreement that that was our favorite part of the movie. Like, as we were walking out of the theater, when we were all talking about, like, best and worst parts sort of thing, he and I were both like, Zeus scene killed me. I actually thought that was hilarious. We were laughing really hard during that scene. Because the jokes were actually funny. To me. I know that the MCU, or just the Marvel fandom in general, really didn't like that scene. Like, it's so hotly contempted. Or big words are not happening for me today. Contested. Contempt is a word, too. Contempt would work, but contested. It's the scene in that movie that the Marvel fans just go off about, but I thought it was funny. And I stand by it. I have a kindred spirit with my new eye. Tried to watch a Thor movie twice, lasted 20 minutes. To this day, Have not enjoyed a Thor movie. I will also die on the hill of I don't like Ragnarok.
Nice to meet you.
I will die on that hill too.
Roger is the name.
Out of the 4 Thor movies, I don't like any of them still.
You might have guessed.
I love Thor. Like, MCU Thor as a character, I love him.
When I'm not
I haven't liked any of his movies, though.
But enough about me. What are you
I gotta check this Discord message on my phone, because if it's what I think it is...
bristling with
Oh, no, it's Tom.
hunters, you know?
Oh, yeah, it's the old
They
Aquaman look.
sacrifice our kind
Or not...
for graft.
I've never seen this
Not
one.
exactly a place I'd stroll into without a purpose in
I've never seen him with the hair and the beard. Like, prior to...
I see. Here to challenge
what's it called?
lay your hands upon a great rune, are you? You can see
Jason Momoa.
I take it.
Aquaman.
The guidance of grace. Well,
What is this
enjoy it while
from?
you can.
From Justice League
I'm tarnished,
Unlimited.
like
Oh.
you. But unlike you, I've seen neither hide nor hair of this guidance for the longest time. Still, I won't forget how it felt when I first came here, to the lands between. I'm privy to a few magical battle arts. Would you care to learn one? As a fellow tarnished, once guided
Perhaps.
by grace, I'd love to help you out, if it please.
Sorry, I was distracted on my phone. Oh, he only has spinning weapon. What a bitch.
Oh, keen to
I was gonna see if he had another thing to talk about, but no. I'm trying to treat this more like a thorough, genuine Elden Ring playthrough rather than my typical run around and just do the things that I want to for my build, and outside of that, just go to remembrance bosses. Trying to actually do more so that I can just like naturally find all the new like items and spells and stuff and get the most out of the first run through the mod. Because who knows where they've shuffled things. Like, I've gotten a golden seed from a boss in this mod. They've just kind of shuffled things around a bunch, even outside of just adding in new stuff and placing it down. So I'm trying to like be as thorough as I can. Which is also why I've done so many side dungeons so far. Loses his hand to a shark. Why would Aquaman lose his hand? Doesn't he speak to the fish? Couldn't he tell the shark to stop? I'm sure it would have worked if he just asked nice enough. I wouldn't say that Thor in the MCU is my favorite, Marvel character. Might have been an asshole shark. Yeah, just a shark who didn't give a shit. Just really disrespected the king or something. Shark with an authority issue. Bitch. Who would be my favorite Marvel character? It might be Captain America. At this point, it's not a talisman. For a second, I was like, what the hell is that? Oh, I didn't even pop these. I'm not gonna... Frenzied incants and Dragon Cult incants. Yeah, I'm not using either. But I should at least check them out. Oh, it's the disguise item. Got it. I don't know if I've brought him up before. Oh, I mean, like, okay. I was just thinking... When I said favorite Marvel character, I was thinking in the scope of MCU. Overall, Spider-Man is my favorite superhero, but... like, Tom Holland's Spider-Man is not part of that reason. Like, Tom Holland's Spider-Man doesn't hit the points for me. MCU and non-MCU. Yeah. If I'm just talking all up, it's Spider-Man for me. Definitely. But yeah, like MCU specifically, I really like Chris Evans' Captain America, which is a character that has grown on me, like, over the years. Like, when I was a kid, MCU-wise, it would have been Iron Man, like, no diff. Which, he's still very high up there. And it's basic bitch. I can't say. the F word. It's basic bitch pick. It's a basic choice to say Iron Man in terms of MCU, but like Robert Downey Jr. just plays the perfect Tony Stark. To the point where there's a reason that everyone loves him so much. Like, he's just so hard to not love in most movies. In Civil War, he's kind of an asshole just because the plot demands it, but in almost every movie that he's in, like, it's so hard to not just love Tony Stark. Because RDJ plays him beautifully. The first Iron Man movie is still, like, easily one of my favorite MCU movies. Like, a top 3 for me. It's my number 2, specifically. But, like, they nailed it. Just off the bat, like, RDJ's Tony Stark was perfect from the first MCU movie. Which, given, like, all of his acting history, just the shit in his life and everything prior to that movie, it came out of nowhere that RDJ was that perfect and that likable. It was just like, he's here, and he's Iron Man, and he's fantastic at it. I don't know about top 3. I'd have to think. It's my second favorite. Because it's just like, outside of the third act, which I feel like we could talk about Marvel third acts until, like, we're bleeding from our assholes, but, like, what MCU movie doesn't have a dog shit third act? Like, there are very, very few that don't have a disaster of a third act. And even, like, one of those, Endgame, I was about to say Endgame, I was gonna say, even with Endgame, the third act is the good part of the movie. Everything outside of the third act of Endgame is shit. Weirdly, with that movie, the third act is the only part that actually felt, like, thought out. Civil War, I would agree. Homecoming, the third act isn't bad, but it's not as interesting as the movie up to that point with Homecoming. But I wouldn't say it's a disaster by any means. Homecoming is definitely one of the few that doesn't just destroy itself at the end of the movie. It's just kind of a Marvel thing, that those movies fall apart by the end. Like, it's so consistent that, like, the opening of those movies is the best part. And then the middle part is pretty alright, and then the third act is shit. Ow. I actually, with my favorite MCU movie, Civil War, weirdly, the second act is my favorite of the 3 in that movie. Like, the second act is my favorite part of Civil War. It's real nice. I like the opening of Endgame up until they start putting together the plan to time travel. Ooh, Enchanted Remnant is, okay, huge. I can get my FP, wow. Okay, let me pop all these and just see what comes in them. Frenzied Flame, Touch of Frenzy, the Flame of Frenzy. This is a shimmering apprentice level dragon incants come from this. Lightning Strike, Dragon Bolt Blessing, Lightning Orb, Gathering Current. Is that just like an install? Like you just buff yourself with lightning damage? Because that seems kind of dope, actually. This is a huge golden order one. Aura of Valor, Wrath of God, Triple Rings of Light, Great Heal, classic, Blessing of Wisdom. Third act is my favorite of Civil War. Wait. Was I saying Civil War over and over again? What happened there? Dude, my brain went burr. I was saying Civil War over and over, wasn't I? I meant to say Winter Soldier. I don't even ask. I was talking about Winter Soldier. The second act of Winter Soldier is my favorite act of that movie. Civil War, probably the weakest part is the second act. That was a wild one. I do like how Cap is adjusting. Yeah, I kind of like all of the, I guess like the mystery in the second act. The airport scene. The airport scene is like the peak of the movie in general with Civil War. Like that's kind of the scene that you rewatch Civil War for. But outside of that, the second act is probably the weakest of the three. Just like all up, it's kind of the weakest of them, if that makes sense. Man, yeah, the FP that you get back, like per enemy taken out with this talisman. I feel like a proper spammy bitch with this one. But I feel like I'll probably swap this and like the regen one in and out just for bosses and like general other game stuff. Like in general, I'll be running this talisman, the Taker's Cameo, that's what it's called. In general, I'll be running this around, but then like for boss fights like Godric coming up, which by the way, if you weren't here when Korn warned me the other day, apparently they buffed Godric in this mod. And everyone who's seen me play Elden Ring should know by now that like, yes, I am well aware that Godric is probably the easiest like main story boss in this game. Outside of, like, Piss Ghost, he's the easiest Remembrance boss. That's what I should have said. But he's also one of my favorite bosses in the game. Just for, like, style and stuff like that. So, I'm looking forward to Godric here. Because if they did buff him, and they made him, like, an actual good challenging boss, even just beyond, like, his style points and everything, it's gonna be one of the best improvements made in this mod. Does it feel more like No Way Home has 3 acts? Do you mean like it doesn't have 3 acts? What do you mean? I meant 2 acts? Yeah. I would agree. No Way Home, I mean, I've been saying it since I saw the movie, like last year. Or, that was more than a year ago. Shit. I have been saying it ever since I saw the movie. Point being, in that December. I think No Way Home is a really fun movie to watch for the first time. But I also think that No Way Home is an absolute disaster of a film. Like, if you start putting it under any sort of actual criticism, it falls apart so quickly. Like, so instantly. It is just a mess. It is not a well-made movie. It's so fun to watch it the first time, but holy shit. Like, the second watch is when you're kind of just like, dude, what? Like, what were they doing? I genuinely, when I rewatched that, I was like, what the hell? Because it was kind of a thing where I was like, how did I not notice, like, any of this? Also, what's his name? Alfred Molina? Is that his name? Am I remembering it? I can never remember his name despite how much I love him as Octavius. But he's not even, like, I fully went into that movie expecting him to be the star of the film. But he wasn't the same in that movie. He was still good. He was still one of the better actors in the movie. Like, absolutely. If I had to pick, like, top 5 characters in the movie, I would still pick him as one of the top 5. And there's a lot of characters in that movie, so it might sound like it's not much praise, but like, with how many characters they throw out in No Way Home, like, he's still up there, but he's not in it the way that he was with Spider-Man 2. Like, in Spider-Man 2, he was on another level that he's just not at in No Way Home. Still good, but he wasn't the same level. Willem Dafoe was my favorite in that movie. I don't know where that came from, because Willem Dafoe in Spider-Man 1 was just super goofy and hard to take seriously. Like, it was super, like, I don't even know how to describe his performance in the first movie, but it's kind of weird. He has his ups and downs in the first Sam Raimi movie, to be fair. Because, like, with all of his villain stuff, he's, like, super overly goofy and hard to take seriously. But when he's just, like, normal Norman, as weird as it sounds to say it like that, when he's not, like, full-blown goofy goblin in that movie, he's great. Like, all of his scenes with Harry in Spider-Man 1 are great. But his scenes, like, as the Green Goblin, for the most part, not quite as good. Except for, like, the very last one. Like, the very end of Spider-Man 1 might be the best scene in that movie for me. Like, their very last fight, like, after the bridge thing. That's probably the peak of that movie. All Barbie song names came out with artists. Tame Impala has a song. Oh. You ready for this one? You ready for this one? As someone who has been a lifelong super fan of the rock genre, like, by far my favorite genre of music for my entire life, Tame Impala is one of the most overrated bands out there. I don't get it. They're good. They're not that good. They've got songs. But dude, the way that people suck Tame Impala kind of drives me nuts. Carry on playing Arkham Asylum. Yeah, go back to Peak. Who was it? Was it Sepper that said that he tried to play Arkham Asylum, but he couldn't because the controls were janky? That was Sepper, right? This was like a few months ago, I think. It was someone in my chat was like, I tried to get into Arkham Asylum, but it was too janky for me. And I'm like, if Arkham Asylum is your threshold for jank, I must be a monk. Like, Jesus Christ. But he meant Knight? He what? The only janky controls in Arkham Knight are the Batmobile. Other than that, that game is like butter. Maybe the grapple. The grapple was kind of outdated by that point, but still. I'll stand by it. To be fair, the grapple was very outdated by that point. Yeah, but I looped. All right, is it Godric time? I'm like less than 1,000 from a level. So let me just like take out the big boy and his dog. I'll just give myself one new level going into Godric. I'm either gonna come out of this sucking the mod makers' dicks over the Godric buffs, or I'm gonna be disappointed because I went in overpowered and I didn't notice them. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna not finish up this level. Now that I think about that, I just don't even want to run the risk. I'm gonna just pray that I have not been overhyped on the Godric buffs and that he's actually a beast in this mod now. I think the grapple is perfect. What's wrong with it? The fixed point thing is really the only thing. It doesn't, like, the boost and all that was improved in Night. Like, the boosting stuff felt really smooth, but, I think the fixed points, and especially in like Predator segments, by the time that we got up to 2015, I guess the best way to put it is more freedom was just kind of expected at that point. I actually remember other people talking about it back when the game came out. I haven't heard about it much like years on, but I do remember back when the game first came out, that the grapple was like a point of discussion because people were actually saying, and I don't agree with this, but people were saying like, just make it like Spider-Man swinging in like the old Spider-Man 2 game. And I was like, bro, what? But that was just like, that's something else. That was not most people. That was something that some people said, but it was a really bad take. Just have Batman swing like Spider-Man. What? How would you give more freedom? That's kind of the issue with it. Is like, what do you do? That's why I don't go super hard on it. But it is like, you know what I mean? Just at the point in 2015, grapple hook was something that every game had. And like with Batman specifically, it would feel weird to have full freedom with the grapple hook. Like say you did in like Infinite Warfare or something. Or not Infinite. Infinite Warfare did have a grapple hook with a lot of freedom. But Advanced Warfare is what I meant. When they added the grapple hook to multiplayer in that game. That was like peak grapple hook in video games. Still to this day, Advanced Warfare, man. Chef's kiss for that grapple hook. That beautiful. But it's like, it's an entirely different game. My Godric. So far, you're still feeling pretty slow to me, bud. Well, I wonder if the changes... That might reach further than it did before. Maybe. I don't remember him having as much mobility as that attack had. Whoa! Okay. You know, it always happens to the best of us. We all get hit by it once, right? Right, boy. It happens to all of us. Ow. He might be, like, subtly faster. Like, it's not enough that I'm like, holy shit, he's way faster. But it does feel like he might subtly be faster. I normally don't even get hit this much by him. So it could just be like very small adjustments that are kind of adding up to me getting hit more. Oops. Uh-oh. I'm trying not to just spam him with arrows and ice pellets and shit, because I kind of want to see if he is, like, noticeably stronger. He could be. It's not, like, immediately noticeable, but I might be feeling it a bit. What was that attack? Oh, I'm way early on that. Hello. Let's see second phase. Oh, I love this cutscene. Godric is like one of the 2 bosses in this game that I never skip a cutscene on. The other one is Horaloo. That cutscene I never skip either.
Truest of dragons.
Yes, it's time. Imagine they added some wild shit to his second phase to throw me off. I was like, yeah, he's maybe a little stronger, but it's not crazy. And then all of a sudden, he starts going apeshit. They pull like a Millennia 180 on you. Actually, Melania's not that much of a 180. Like, she'll kick your ass in the first phase when you don't know what to do against her. Whoa. That was weird. That's a new one. Come on, man. Let's see it. I want you to kill me. I want to be caught off guard. Ah, not like that. Not like that. Oh, I was early. Okay, we managed. He's just cool, man. I don't understand how people hate on him so hard. Like, sure, he's easy, but, like, look at him. Oh, my God. I will... Oh! I don't think I've ever done that in the Godric arena. I don't think I've ever done that. Shovel Knight armor. That ledge is so far out there, he just managed to push me back and I had no idea it was there. I actually didn't even know there was a ledge here to roll off of. He just, like, I was just rolling. I was like, yep, this is going good. And then all of a sudden I was gone. That was wild. You know what, guys? They buffed Godric, clearly. That's the only reason I died there. They must, like, you can just see it. He's so much more OP now. Right? Only reason I died. They added a ledge. That definitely 100% was never there before. I swear to you. Only reason I died there, they added a ledge. Shit. He's just such a pleasure to fight every time, man. I don't get the Godric hate. I will defend this man until the day that people stop debating Elden Ring, which will probably never come in my lifetime. I will probably never see the day that people stop debating Elden Ring. People still go ham on the Dark Souls discussion. Like the original Dark Souls. The day that we start or stop debating this game will not come in my lifetime. I feel like Armored Core 6 could... I feel like it might be one of those games. There's gonna be a ton of discussion about it right at release, at the very least. And it's purely gonna be the, what's it called? All the Soulsborne players who are picking up Armored Core thinking it's gonna be Mech Souls. That is going to cause such a big, like, divide in people who do and don't enjoy that game. You're gonna see it everywhere. Mark my words. That game is gonna be a heated discussion next month. There's gonna be such heavy debate on it. I feel for FromSoft because they're trying so hard to make it clear that Armored Core is not a Souls game and it doesn't play like a Souls game. But people just aren't getting the memo. Like, people just aren't listening. They're like, no, look, it has a dodge button. It has a dodge. That means it's a Dark Souls game, right? I actually really want to do more Armored Core shit. I don't think I've talked about the comments at all today on that video. I tweeted about it, like, maybe an hour before stream. But, like, for every handful of comments that I got that were people, like, saying that I was just being a bitch about the controls and they're not that bad, even, like, a couple of the comments that I got were literally like, the controls aren't even that bad if you grew up playing the games. And they were like saying that I was dumb for complaining about the controls because I didn't grow up with it. Do you realize how few copies this series has sold in its lifespan? Because I looked it up while researching the video. I didn't put it in. It's one of the things that I cut out when I was editing the video. But the entire franchise of Armored Core, across 15 games, sold about 5 million copies to date. So it's like, yeah, I bet they're not bad if you grew up playing them. Do you realize how few people have been playing Armored Core throughout their entire life? Like, what is that? What is that comment? Those comments baffled me. I had to really... That was one of those moments where I was just like, don't reply. If you reply, you're going to be an asshole. Don't reply. Hold back. I guess Demon Souls was actually a success for them. Yeah, like, relatively. Definitely. And I mean, Kingsfield, I bet those sales are pretty low, too. Just be an asshole. I don't want to be an asshole. Also, view count 0. Hello, YouTube. Nice day, isn't it? Tom, you're not real. Or Jess, who I know is inevitably here in the background. Neither of you. And anyone else who might be lurking. None of you guys are real. You're all either bots or I'm just imagining you. But for every, like, handful of those comments I got, I would get one that was literally just someone saying, like, welcome to the Armored Core community. Like, people just genuinely being wholesome and being like, hey, I'm glad that you had at least, like, a relatively good time with the game. And I'm glad that you're going to be checking out more of them, like, over time. Welcome. And I was like, just those comments here and there of people, like, literally just being like, yeah, welcome to the community. Those few comments make me want to play the expansion so bad. Either directly align or complete opposites. There is no in between. Me and Tom either 100% agree or are complete opposites on any one thing that we might be talking about. It's true. I just was like passively pulling up YouTube Studio on my phone to look at the Armored Core video, see if I got any new, like, entertaining comments, but I'm fighting Godric right now, so hold on. Yeah, there were some really wholesome people in the comments. And what I really found endearing with a lot of those comments, too, is, in Armored Core, you know how, like, in Elden Ring, all of the player characters are called Tarnished? All of the AC pilots, which, yes, is literally shorthand for Armored Core. That's what the mechs are called in universe. That's where the name comes from, genuinely. All the AC pilots that you, or just in general, in the Armored Core universe are called Ravens. And so they would all call me Raven. Like, in the comment, they would say, like, welcome Raven, would be how a lot of those comments would start. And I'm just like, that is just weirdly endearing. That they refer to, or like when welcoming new players, they say welcome Raven. Which, granted, like, in the same way that I'm sure when you welcome a new Elden Ring player, you say, like, welcome Tarnished. Saw that on your Twitter post. I love that shit. I don't know why, but I also do. Like, it's kind of cute. Genuinely, that's why. It's just like, oh, I like that. Ah! Oh my god. He's pulling out the crazy shit. What is making this better for me in terms of, like, I was worried I might be OP going into Godric. What's making it better is that I've scaled, like, everything into just intelligence and arcane pretty much at this point. Like, I do not have points into vigor really at all. I have like about 20 vigor right now. So that's at least making Godric entertaining again. Because normally my go-to is to just pump it right off the bat when I start a character on Elden Ring. Because, like, well, yeah, I'm gonna need it at some point. It just helps me get through early game faster, so I just scale it really quick. I did not do that this time, because I went full, like, damage scaling. Oh, he does feel faster, too. I kind of stopped, like, bringing attention to it. He definitely feels, like, subtly faster. Like, they sped him up by, like, 5% or something. Like, he feels just a tiny bit faster. He definitely feels a little more aggressive, and that's the only thing I can think of that would be doing it. Flamethrowing is a lot faster. Yeah, some of it's like, that's way faster. Like that right there. The dragon, like, breath covering the stage. No! I never get grabbed by this. What's wrong with me? He's definitely faster. I am liking the Godric rebalance. I killed Margit first try. Just let it be known while getting up to the castle the other day. And I'm known to sit at Margit for like an hour every playthrough because for some reason I've never been able to consistently beat him. In this mod, because of all the build stuff I had when I got to him, I first tried him. For the first time in any Elden Ring playthrough I've ever done, I first tried Margit. And for some reason, with all the buffs, even with how OP I am, like for the early game right now, I'm stuck at Godric of all the early game spots. And I'm not complaining, because I love me some Godric. Ow, ow, Also, while I'm talking about comments on Armored Core video, just to get it out of my system, because I wanted to reply to this guy too, but I held my tongue again. One guy said, like, I can't remember exactly what the full comment was, but he said in the comment that, Armored Core was FromSoft's first child. And I wanted so badly to just be like, have you heard of Kingsfield? Because they actually did make a whole trilogy of games before this one. Like, this is not their first child. But I held back. I was like, nope, not doing it. I won't. My favorite boss in all of gaming. Why is that such a good question? I'm not gonna give an answer. I can't give a solid answer. There's no way in hell. I'm trying to think of one. It's just, I'm not getting anything. God damn. First try in my... Margit? No. No. Margit took me more than 1 hour in my first playthrough. First playthrough last year with Elden Ring, I actually, like, I tried to beat Margit for like an hour, and then I left and like went and did other stuff in Limgrave, and then I went back to Margit and I tried for like another hour, and I gave up again and went and did other stuff, and then like on my third try, in terms of like sitting down to try to beat him, that's when I actually beat him. Which I think is like a pretty typical experience for a lot of, what's it called? A lot of like first-time playthroughs on Elden Ring. I think that that's like a fairly universal experience. To like try to go and beat Margit, try for a long time, give up temporarily and go get levels and items and stuff. Go back, try again. I'm struggling and I don't have streamer brain right now. Yeah, for like favorite boss in gaming. I'm just really trying to fight the temptation to say like a FromSoft boss on an Elden Ring stream. Trying to be more creative than that. Ornstein and Smo is up there for me. I love those two so much. Like, I can't act like they aren't up there. Oh, man. Let me look up. Let me get inspiration. Best bosses in gaming. I'm just gonna see what comes up. Oh my god, this list is gonna be shit. It starts with Mario 64 Bowser, followed up by Minecraft the Ender Dragon. This is gonna be a list. What's the second version of Hollow Knight from Hollow Knight? Not the, like, first ending one, but the God Home, like, Pantheon 4 one. It's like, it's not on this list. They put Pure Radiance on this list. But the evolved Pantheon 4 version of him. What was the question? Pantheon 4 version of the actual, like, Hollow Knight boss. He's probably up there for me. Oh, I know my favorite. I know my, like, undisputed favorite boss in gaming, actually. It's DMC5 Virgil. Pure Vessel, that one, yes. He's up there. He's in the top tier. But definitely DMC5 Virgil is such an amazing boss. Because also, for people who haven't played it, he is OP as shit. Like, he is like a lore-accurate version of Dante's brother, who is like full-blown weeb shit, like teleports around with a katana and shit. Like, he's so OP, but so is Dante if you actually, like, have the technical skill in DMC5 to play him well. So you could parry every single attack in the entire fight. My controller just disconnected on Bluetooth and reconnected. That's why I stood still there and died. So everyone knows. Don't know what that was. And not only do you fight him as Dante at the end of DMC5, you fight him as Dante, and when you win, it just goes into a cutscene, and then you character swap to Nero, like the other, or one of the other playable characters, one of the three. Dante, Nero, and V are the three playable characters in DMC5, like, that you switch between throughout the story. So when you play against Virgil, you have to beat him as Dante, and then character swap, and then beat him again as Nero. But when you play against him as Nero, your entire playstyle changes from Dante, and Virgil gets, like, a whole new moveset opened up. It's like his second phase. Even though he has, like, 4 phases in each of the fights. Like, DMC5 Virgil has, like, 8 phases between the two versions of the fight at the end. He's one of the best bosses. He has, like, the most skill expression in any boss that I've ever seen, while also being a difficult boss. Because you'll see people play, like, the Dante half of him, and literally, like, they'll make it a challenge to do parry only for the entire fight as Dante, where they parry, like, every single attack perfectly. And Dante's parry has a mechanic where you build up energy with each one, and then you can release it on, like, it's called a royal release, where you can do a parry that also deals damage back, like, on parry. So you'll see people genuinely do the entire fight just parrying and releasing with the other version of the parry to fight him. Like, just the most skill expression in a boss I've ever seen, while also being one of the hardest bosses I've ever seen in a video game. Incredible. Good shit. He's gotta take it. He just has to. Ooh, Senator Armstrong in Metal Gear Rising is up there. That's a good one. And probably Sam in Metal Gear Rising as well. Both of those fights could be up there on the list. Those are some of the best gaming bosses I've played. Big fan of those guys. Don't dragon grab me again. Swear to God. We just take a safety heal. Stay back. Oh wait, I never even used my physic. It's my bad. My physic raises my intelligence by like 10. So I get a lot more damage out of my physic. I should have been using it. I just kind of forgot. And my arcane, it raises my arcane by like 5 as well. Which all of the frost magic is hybrid intelligence arcane, so it scales my damage a lot, actually. Are you shitting me? That tiny little cloud of flame that puffed sideways killed me right at the end? Bullshit. PS4 Electro and Vulture boss. It's fun. It's fun. It's cool. But it's like, for me, it's like saying the Deadshot. Deadshot? It is Deadshot, right? Boss in Origins. Where it's like, it's a really cool gimmick boss. But I could never say that it's one of my favorite bosses in gaming. You know? Can't think of what I'd pick. Am I, like, obligated to say Mr. Freeze in City as well? Speaking of those games, I feel like I'm, like, basically obligated to say it. Deathstroke, thank you. I was like, that's why I didn't think I was saying the right thing. I did mean Deathstroke. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I feel like I'm obligated to mention the Mr. Freeze boss in City, right? I am a gimmick boss enjoyer, but like a pure skill check boss will always beat a gimmick boss for me. Like, I'm trying to think in terms of Souls games, like a fun gimmick boss. Pinwheel. I love Pinwheel. Pinwheel's my favorite. I'm just gonna default to Souls. That's what I was saying at the beginning. I was like, dude, I don't want to say Souls bosses only, especially because I'm playing Elden Ring, so I was trying to avoid it extra hard. But then I started thinking outside the box. You know, I got some Hollow Knight in there. I got some DMC in there, some MGR in there. Oh my god, his fire is so fast. I'm so used to being able to, like, immediately heal against Godric, and I can't do it now. Like, all of his fire attacks are significantly faster. Unless you consider sucking. No, I mean, like, the copy thing. Where he's got, like, all the fake pinwheels around the room. Like, that's kind of his gimmick. Even though it's literally just them redoing False Idol from Demon Souls, that is, like, kind of his gimmick. In my mind, at least. That's crazy. Why does it do that? Oh, you mean sucking as in being shit. Forget he can do that? Yeah, like, he's supposed to be a gimmick boss. If they'd literally, they just needed to give him more help. That's all. He wouldn't have been as shit. He would have still been shit. Don't get me wrong. But, like, by the time in the game that you're actually gonna go to the catacombs and do it, you're just gonna kill him so fast. Like, Pinwheel was just a massive blunder. One of the... Actually, FromSoft in their early days of doing the Souls games, they were still figuring out bosses, to be fair. Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 have a lot of flop bosses. Like, a lot of bosses that just... They are not there. Doom Eternal might have had one. Doom Eternal's, like, actual bosses weren't great. In my opinion. But the first encounter that you have early in the game with a Marauder, like, that felt like a boss fight when you fought him for the first time. And honestly, that's probably the most interesting, like, engagement in the game. Even though if I booted up Doom Eternal right now and went into that, even if I, like, started a new game file and I didn't have all the upgrades and weapons and stuff by that point, I would still just get through that fight so quickly. I have fought so many Marauders. I mean, I have like 90 hours on Doom Eternal, and I have never played that game not on Nightmare. I did Nightmare for my first playthrough, and once you adjust to it, you can't go back down from it. I'm a bit of a Doom Eternal gamer. I got a bit of skill on it, you know? Like, I could never go back to not. It's kind of like, huh? Like Taurus from Dark Souls, you mean? The Marauder doesn't get a health bar. Like, he's not actually, like, signified as a boss. Like, I see what you're saying, though. Because it is, like, treated like a boss and then just becomes a normal enemy. Also, most of my playtime in Doom Eternal is in the DLCs, even beyond just being on Nightmare. Most of it is in Ancient Gods Part 1. That DLC kicks so much ass. Both the DLCs for Doom Eternal are just better than the base game. Because they're, like, good... What the hell? They're like, proper expansions. Like, the way they should be, they're amazing. If you played Doom Eternal and you didn't play the expansions, fix that someday. You won't regret it, trust me. They are both just better than the base game. Like, holy shit, they're so good. Like, I rarely even, when I do on occasion boot up Doom Eternal to mess around on it for a little bit again, I never go back to the base game levels. I always go back and play a DLC level. But both the expansions together cost like 20 bucks. And it adds like 6 levels, which for some people might be like 6 levels. But for Doom Eternal, that's a good bit. Too much of a gamer. I love those DLCs, man. The Ancient Gods Part 1, they actually, if you don't know your Doom Eternal history, they nerfed the first DLC. Like, if you play it nowadays, it's actually significantly easier than it was on release. They had to nerf it. And I played it on Nightmare on release, and I loved that shit. Because it kicked my ass. Like, that DLC absolutely handed it to me. I thought I was a god at that game by the time it came out. And then it just whooped me. We'll see her around, Tom. Ah! I can't believe that Godric got enough of a buff for me to still be here fighting him. Like, it wasn't even just, oh, he killed me, like, twice. Which does happen. No, he like... I've been here. Like, we've been fighting Godric. It's actually kind of crazy. They buffed him a lot. His second phase, especially with all the fire shit, got buffed like crazy. The first phase, he's not much improved. He don't mess around in the second phase anymore, though. He really don't. Ow, why? Please, stop. Please stop. Holy shit. His attacks just come out so much faster in the second phase than they ever did before. It actually makes him kind of nuts. I kind of love him in this version. Like, how am I gonna go back to vanilla Godric from this? I might be dead. Yeah, I'm just dead. I actually just remembered I never got the FP regen talisman. Well, I got the remnant to craft it, but I never crafted it. So, hold on a second. I got another one of these too. The one, where's the, yeah, this one. That could be fun to try on this build. That one I want this talisman. With this, I feel like we have a great talisman setup, honestly. The magic damage, the intelligence and arcane, the lightning, still they typoed it. It says lighting, the lightning damage, the increased FP recovery. I feel like this is a really good talisman setup for what I'm running. Oh shit. We're gonna go slow and steady with him this time. We're gonna take our time a bit more. I'm not gonna rush in the way I normally would against him. I'm gonna try to break my old Godric habits. I'm gonna try to spam some magic more. Come on. Ah, shit, I'm early. He's fast enough that it kind of scares me. I also want to point out, he's kicking my ass while I have like 11 healing flasks. And a magic build. Like, these Godric buffs are actually great. I love that they made him way stronger here. I really like how much stronger he is. That was always his thing. He was always so badass, but he was always such a pushover. Like, even on a first-time playthrough, if you came through here, like, a little over-leveled, you would get past him pretty quick. But they've definitely remedied that. Whoa. Ah, shit. Need this heal. Oops. Okay. We're fine. The FP regen is actually kind of going crazy right now. It's really fast with the talisman adding on to it. I don't know how chat convinced me to wait to get this until later. Oh my god, I lucked out. I was that close to having jumped too early in my panic. Wow, that was scary. It doesn't help that I'm a little squishy. I don't have much health at max. I definitely should have gotten more vigor early on. And it doesn't mean that I'm going to start leveling it anytime soon, of course. Because I still want to scale my intelligence more, so that I can use more of these, like, frost lightning hybrid dragon incants, because they're badass. And since it's frost, it generally fits the theme here. The Frost Witch theme still works. I just get the lightning damage added on as extra. Oh, I was early. It's okay. He's done. We win.
I am the Lord.
Good night, sweet friend. I really, really liked what they did with him there. He felt so much better. He felt so much better here.
Bathed in rays of gold.
Because again, like, what level am I? 48? And magic build? And that took some effort. Like that was no pushover for me. I need to accept that my laptop doesn't run Premiere Pro. Oh god, probably. Premiere Pro, it's not known for being stable. It is the thing with Premiere Pro. So especially it's like CPU, it is CPU dependent, all video editors are, but that doesn't help, right? Like just the fact that it is very based on your CPU. Yeah, it's... Premiere Pro is not known for running well in general. I mean, we were talking about it, was it yesterday or the day before? When I was joking about, like, how often it crashes. And that's just, like, a universal thing. Like, everyone is just like, oh yeah, if your Premiere doesn't crash on you, like, you're one of the luckiest people on Earth. Because that's just what Premiere does. Man, I still need a handful more. Like, 5 more levels of intelligence to use all of the dragon shit. Alright, I got the frozen lightning steak, though. Oh, that's so freaking cool.
Pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. Pushing me about like that. And after all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya?
He would.
Godric, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath.
God damn.
Oh. Hello there.
Hello.
This weasel was... Godric was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you. I tell you though, what goes around comes around. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance, and met the ugliest of ends, eh?
God. Nothing that I'm looking for. That's for sure. Nothing super noteworthy. Good. Just errors out. One of the most annoying bugs in Olive, the open source editor that I like so much, is it has a bug that happens fairly commonly, to me at least, where Control-Z just like stops working. Like in the middle of you editing, you'll go to use it and it won't do anything. It won't undo. And you have to just restart the editor to fix it. And I'm just like, what is this bug? Why is that a bug? That's terrible. Control-Z just like deciding to not work? Are you kidding me? Been using DaVinci? I've never used DaVinci. I've heard mixed things. I've heard it makes it really easy to like get into editing, but it's like lower floor, lower ceiling is what I've generally heard, but I've never used it, so I don't know. But hello, Cheems. How's it going? I need some enemies to test out this lightning steak on here. I think there's a cave like right around here somewhere, or like a mine or something. Trying to do all the optional dungeons that I can like just remember where they are off the top of my head. Because there is just shit tucked around in like every corner in this mod. Ooh, you know what's something? I actually saw this on YouTube Shorts. I saw another guy's short about this mod. This was in my feed this morning, and I completely forgot to show this. Down in there's like the dummy. I think I can just jump in here. Yeah. There's literally just like a test dummy in here now that you can like test your damage on and shit, which is, you know, it's whatever. It's a feature if you want it. Huh? There we go. Hit him that time. But the real thing that I thought was crazy here is this statue allows you to revive remembrance bosses and go fight them again. So, like, I just beat the buffed Godric, but if I wanted to fight Godric just for fun, I can just come here, it'll resurrect him, and I just go back to his normal arena and fight him again. Have you had any that pop away? Huh? Oh, pop way after. Sorry. I read it wrong. No, not that I know of. Hold on. Speaking of the 6-hour theory, since you bring it up. It did jump. It didn't jump super high, though. That was a pretty small jump for the short this morning. Didn't go far. I'll have to look into it. It's all shorts feed and stuff, so it's not that I got screwed there. Something SEO-wise or whatever. Maybe there's just no interest. Sorry. Then, once Studio gets opened, I'm looking at the Armored Core video. My bad! Maybe there's more videos before the member one. Maybe I need to play more Armored Core. The Armored Core community seems fairly receptive to what I've done here. Oh, that's the like, Faith Whip, right? Am I wrong about this? Oh no, this is a fist weapon? Hold on. Oh no, it's these! Yeah. I did play around, like I never actually used them, but I did like buy and equip them at the end of my first playthrough. I just got and equipped them. They're like the Faith wrist blades, the holy wrist blades. They're sweet. They're really cool. I've never used them. They don't seem like they would be overly practical, but they could be fun. Don't quite know what's happening with it. Interesting. Wolverine Ice Mage. I would have to get a whole other stat, like, scaled to use these properly. They're definitely not worth it. Someday. Someday I'll play with them, especially since they're really easy to get. Now that I know that they spawn, like, right there. Anyway. There's things that I could do from here. There is a cave, like, somewhere around there. I could go to the Albinoric village, I think it's called, down there. I could go to the Erd Tree and fight one of those guys. I could go to the tower, do all the stuff in there. That's a church, but I don't think it has a tier, but... Oh, but it is a church. I don't know, man. I might have to. You know what, let's do Albinoric Village, actually. I probably don't need to mark that. It's just under the cliffside on my left. Yeah, he's supposed to be like a test dummy for like your numbers and stuff, like your damage numbers. That's why he's just standing there. He's new to the mod. He does not exist in the vanilla game. But he's supposed to be there so you can just like test out your damage numbers on the build. Oh shit, I need to go back. I have smithing stones. I think I can upgrade my sword. I'm not 100%, but at some point I thought to myself that I should come back here, and I didn't. So I think I have smithing stones. Yeah, for my staff.
The girly boy here. She's crestfallen and can scarcely swing a blade. But she has a gift for spirit tuning.
I don't know why I always do this. I don't know why I always ask him about her and get her to like set up shop, and then I've never used her. like a single playthrough in Elden Ring, I've never actually like got any of the upgrades for spirits, for summons, that is. Spirit ashes, sorry. Can never keep it straight. Sorry. False sent me results from a YouTube experiment that she was going to do. And not what I expected. Just her shorts questions. The video of her just rambling for like, I don't know how long it is. I think it's like 35 seconds, she said. That was a test. That was us testing something. My short this morning was also a test. And I have to say that between the two, conflicting results. Aiden, I don't know what to tell you, but you might be kind of a bitch. Oh, you can direct hit? Oh my god. I am so sorry, my man. More like thief of damage, am I right? Jesus. That dude could not hang. Glowing rune of fell flame. That's gotta have some dope pyromancies and shit. That guy went down so fast. What's going on with shorts? I tested doing a super short. That looks... I don't even know what that's going to do. But that looks sweet. Whatever that is, looks really dope. Flame Scatter. Flame of the Fell God is vanilla. I know that one. I think Great Flame Swing might be. Sling, not swing. Might be. My super short by my standards this morning, was part of the test, and her long one, for her standards this morning, was part of it. And results came back. On my channel, the short did not do good. On her channel, the long short did not do good. But normally on my channel, long shorts do good, and normally on her channel, short shorts do good. So maybe the length of the short doesn't matter. As crazy as it might be. Leave it to the YouTubers to try to like hyper optimize every little thing in terms of creation. But like, maybe all that really matters is just if the short is good or not. As crazy as that might be. Who would have thought? Maybe that classic Mr. Beast quote now is seeming better. Depends on your audiences to a degree. Shorts are so weird with that, because shorts don't even really send out to your existing audience all that well. Like, how many people in stream chat are like seeing my shorts every day? It's not many. Oh wait, I have a remnant from Godric. So kind of weird. Like, shorts are kind of just inherently algorithm based, if that makes sense. Oh. Oh, I see. This is a better version of the magic damage talisman that I have equipped right now. It just goes up by 2.5% in the damage scaling. I see, I see. You son of a bitch! Get off me! Get off me! Leave me alone. Wait, I thought he was gonna like do one last big swing that like inflicted bleed. He didn't though. Okay. Oh my god, I have so many runes. I almost said souls. I'm playing Elden Ring. I have a random mediocre short that has 1.8K, and then a really amusing one that's chugging along at about 200. Well, the shorts algorithm also just changed, and now I don't think anyone understands what's happening with shorts right now, to be fair. They're just behaving kind of strangely currently. So I don't really know with shorts. Like, at the moment, I just don't. I'm kind of just like, I'm not sure about these. But Social Blade says in their projections that I'm gonna hit 10K by Thanksgiving. Do I think that that is accurate or realistic? No. Am I still going to push to try to do it? Absolutely, because... The audio's still going through. OBS has crashed. At some point, you won't be able to hear me. Hello? Oh. That might... Oh, no. No, we're good. I was like, the audio and video might be delayed, but no, the mixer looks pretty good. Hello. That was really weird. It's rare that OBS just, like, flat out crashes on me like that. In some certain streamer... Or on some certain streams... It might be very common for a random OBS crash to occur. What the hell? There's just a sacred tear in this chest? What? What? When did this mod? See, this is why we're doing all these random optional dungeons. Because sometimes I kill a boss at the end of one of these dungeons and I get a golden seed. Sometimes I open a chest in one of them and I get a golden tear. Or a sacred tear, sorry. Normally for me, OBS only crashes if like the game crashes and my PC freaks out and takes OBS with it. Like that happens from time to time. But just a random OBS crash like that is not normal. That caught me off guard. Social Blade thinks I'll hit 50 by the 20th. I'm very doubtful with how my shorts are going at the moment. Yeah, Social Blade has me hitting 10K at the end of, or like, by about, early November, I think it says, for me. It's like November 4th or something like that. So I said by Thanksgiving. But that's like the specific date. It's something like that. It's like early November. But, what's it? It also has me hitting 100K by the end of next year. Which is where I'm starting to be like, okay, Social Blade... Calm yourself. Like, if I have a play button by the end of next year, like, I've won the lottery. Like, look at channel right now. There's no way I got a play button by the end of next year. Unless, and I've talked about this a lot recently, because I've thought about this a lot recently, and I want it to be out there so that if a decision is made, people aren't caught off guard. I think that could be a realistic number if I took like 10 stream hours out of my week and put like 10 more video hours into my week, like long form video hours. What are the thresholds for buttons? It's 100K for silver. No. Yeah? I think it starts at silver. Hold on. I know it's 100K, 500K, a million, 10 million. I just don't remember. Yeah. Okay. Or no 500K. Never mind. That's where I was wrong. It's 100K, a million, 10 million, 100 million. Which, the red diamond 100 million, that's the one that, like, they've only ever made, like, custom per channel play buttons for that. Because the only channels that have that are, like, PewDiePie, Mr. Beast, T-Series. Like, so few channels hit 100 million that they actually make, like, the custom play buttons per channel. Like, that's that level. So really, it's like 100K, a million, 10 million. It's silver, gold, diamond. That's why I got confused, because I thought there was a 500K, but I guess I don't know where I got that from. God, that spell is dope. The frozen lightning stake. Really cool. I feel like it's too... Like, it's just lightning. Am I wrong for saying that? Because on the spell description, I could pull it up at the next grace that I hit. It says that it's like a frost and lightning hybrid. But visually, I'm just not really seeing the frost in there. Like, I'm kind of only seeing, like, light blue lightning. I don't feel like this is super on theme, even though it is super cool, just visually. I might drop the lightning stake. I don't know. Didn't Felix break his diamond play button? Did he? I feel like I vaguely remember this. Hopefully not the red diamond. Wait, their child. Their child lives. Their child is evacuated from the womb, if you would. For anyone who didn't know, like literally this morning, the news came out that their baby was born. Speaking of PewDiePie. So for anyone who didn't hear, Bjorn was born this morning. The child's name is Bjorn. Which they might have said before that that was what they were planning on naming him. I don't know if they did or didn't. I don't keep up with PewDiePie. It's not someone I watch. So they might have said that before. But yeah, Bjorn was... Battle Mage Duncan? What the hell are you? Is this one of them custom bosses I heard about? I would remember you. This, like the copy-paste bosses, I will know them when I see them. This guy, they made this one fresh, out the oven. It's got custom spells, too. Come here, bitch. No one can handle the pellet damage from this sword. It hits like a truck. The hit artist? Bjorn? I've never heard of him. Next week? No. No. Will not happen. Glintstone rune. I'm trying to like make a mental note of where these things are. For like when the mod is in 1.0 and I inevitably come back to it for a playthrough again, and I do something that's not Frost Witch, because I'll shake it up. I'm trying to just like remember, but I'm not going to remember like what optional dungeons to do to get certain types of spells. Like it's just not gonna stick with me. Yeah, like here, it says it creates a spear of ice lightning. But really, it's just, like, light blue lightning, right? I think I might ditch that. They are all sorceries. I thought it was weird earlier when I kept saying dragon incantation. Or sorry, when I was saying dragon sorcery. I was like, dragon spells are always incants. They're never sorceries. Like, there's no way that they're sorceries. But they are. I knew it. They are actually dragon sorceries. Which is neat. But just new. That's not normally how that works. Oh, what was the lightning one? Oh, it's not like a buff. Damn. From the icon of this, I really thought that it was like you infuse yourself with lightning like that. That would have been sweet. But no, you curse enemies with lightning. That is a man in pain. That's what that is. That is a man in immense pain. The fire one, too. Sets area and self ablaze with raging flames. That looks cool. Pyromancy is probably a really fun route in this mod, too, with stuff like that being a thing. Honestly, you could probably do all these different types of magic for, like, a playthrough and have a blast. The bleed sorceries, the arcane sorceries seem really cool in this mod from what I played around with them of. I speak English natively. My one language. Not my only language.
What do you want?
Dragon spells were banned. Were incants banned by them as well?
No such medallion.
Or specifically like dragon sorceries were banned?
Was my other half not enough? I told the all-hearing brute already that I possess no such medallion. Or have you come to take more from me? Was my other half not enough?
Yeah, okay, so Korn literally told me earlier today. Korn is the one, he's been playing this mod as well. And, apparently, he's doing, like, a dragon incant build. And he did tell me that he got the Placidusax nuke missile this morning. Alright. I see how it is. Oh. I got a weird notification on my phone. One that caught me off guard. Alright, well, I didn't think that I was gonna find my way in here, but I did. I found the cave I was looking for earlier. Yeah, I think at a certain point I'll ditch the dragon sorceries. Because at some point I'm gonna find like the higher tier, what's it called? Like ice sorceries, frost sorceries, whatever you might call them. Hold on. Where's my note? Oh, they do have all the locations for the runes. So if I wanted to get more frost magic, like the next tier of frost magic, I would find that from Ronnie after finding the Finger Slayer blade. Which, if you know Elden Ring well enough, you would know what that means. I do not know what to do with that information. The Finger Slayer blade, I don't think is something that I have. But I guess, shorthand version of it, you could just say, progress Ronnie's questline. And that's how I'll get more frost magic. I'm actually kind of lucky to have stumbled into the first, like, improved tier of frost magic so soon in my playthrough. Granted, they spawn you, like, right next to the dungeon that you find it in. So I just kind of naturally went right there. But I'm lucky in the sense that I didn't, like, just immediately want to go back to Limgrave. Because I did want to go back to Limgrave. But I didn't. I waited until after I did that, and then I was like, okay, now I'll go back to Limgrave. Think McDonald's will give it a McRib shake? Oh my god. That sounds so cursed. Oh. Oh no, I did finish my rant earlier. It was after the OBS crash. I was gonna say, like, did I finish my train of thought about the potential of me taking less time every week to stream and putting it elsewhere? But I did mention that. It's just because so little of my, I don't want to say business model, because business model is what I do, not the effectiveness of what I do. But, I don't know what the word would be. So little of the traffic on my channel comes from live streams at this point. If you weren't here in the Tears of the Kingdom stream where I pulled up my analytics and looked, it's literally like 0.9% of my channel traffic comes from streams. Like, genuinely, less than 1% of the total traffic on the channel comes from streaming. So I've been considering, like, at that point, obviously, the smart option is to spend less time streaming every week and more time working on videos instead. But I like the streaming part. Simply. Meal prep videos when I get a place, I would not be opposed. I mean, I'm gonna do cooking specials anyway. I've got some fire-ass meal preps. And every single time I send False one of them, she'll make it and be like, it's fine. I've rambled about this before. It has to be user error. It has to be. I've sent her so many great meal preps, delicious meal preps. It's gotta be her. She has to be the problem at this point. It can't be the meal preps. It has to be user error, man. I swear. It's not the meals. Because they are delicious. Like, I'm telling you, the breakfast burritos, she made them and she was like, they're all right. I don't really like them all that much. When I tell you that I eat like 7 breakfast burritos a week because that recipe is so good and so convenient to make and like prep in the fridge and everything, it has to be her. The possibility of it being that all of my recipes are shit gets lower every time. Has to be. But she also has not tried some of the absolute S tier meal preps. Like my lean lasagna, she has not tried. Granted, I haven't sent her anything tomato-y because of her GERD. Like anything with tomatoes, I have not sent her. Or like tomato sauce, like anything like that, I haven't sent to her because of that. Like she wouldn't, even if she did like it, she wouldn't want to make it often. Because she would suffer afterwards for having eaten it. But I swear it's gotta be her. It can't be me. I've sent her other S tier ones that she just hasn't made yet, like the patty melt. Chat, when I tell you that this patty melt meal prep that I've got is like, it's a cheat code to dieting, man. I'm telling you. It's a patty melt. It's a double patty melt. It's 2 patties per sandwich. And patty melts are delicious. They're burgers, if you don't know, because maybe in some places patty melts just aren't really a thing. It's like a smashed down burger on like kind of like Texas toast, like thick bread. You don't have to do it with Texas toast. I do it with Texas toast because it's the proper way. It's the delicious way. And when I tell you that this patty melt recipe this meal prep that I do all the time, it's literally 2 burger patties, 2 pieces of Texas toast for like the buns, so to speak, some cheese, and some Dijon mustard. And it's so delicious. It's so lean as well, if you're using the right ingredients, like you get them from the right, people that make them and shit, that they're about 300 calories a sandwich. Like per burger, it's about 300 calories. So you could eat 2 of those as your whole meal, which I often do, and it's like, I think it's like about 640 calories to eat 2 of those for a meal. It is just, it's a cheat code. It's an actual cheat code. I can have 2 burgers for dinner, and it will be lighter than whatever my breakfast was. Like, it's broken. It's the OP strat. The purple drink. Not that lean. Not that lean. The breakfast burrito, just generally speaking, it's like, you know, scrambled egg. This is where me and False have debated on the burrito. And where she has taken her own horrific liberties with this burrito. It's super common for breakfast foods to use chorizo sausage for like flavorful meat. I substitute the chorizo with like super lean ground beef, like lean ground beef. Just whatever the lowest fat percentage you can get is at your store. And I just spice it up the same way that you would chorizo, and the taste is basically indistinguishable. And it's like, you know, half the sodium, less than half the fat content. Like, it's just way better in terms of, like, what you put in, so to speak. The input, as I tend to refer to it. Just so much better for your body to put down. It feels cleaner, too. You don't feel, like, hefty after eating one of these burritos. You just feel nice. Which if you've eaten like a fat ass like breakfast burrito with chorizo in it, you know what I mean. Like you feel like a hefty boy afterwards. It doesn't happen with these. It's like eggs, lean beef, and like potatoes, pretty much. And then I make my own sriracha mayo, which I did not actually send to her for like the sauce to put on it. That's delicious. It's like a creamy sriracha sauce. Beautiful. I eat like 7 of those a week. I genuinely eat almost one a day. If not just one a day for like every day of the week. It's my go-to breakfast. It's good. It's consistent. I can make like 10 of them at a time and just wrap them up in tinfoil, toss them in the fridge. So that like, I only cook breakfast like once a week. Because every other day of the week, I just grab a burrito out of the fridge, toss it in the air fryer for 10 minutes, and boom, I have breakfast. I also shower while the burrito is in the air fryer. It's time efficient. It's a beautiful, beautiful breakfast. I'm trying to think of what else I've sent over her way. I think I sent one of the pizzas. I've got... The one that I've had a couple of these, so I might not have sent her the more recent one, because this was like a bit ago that I would have sent it to her. I don't think she's made this one. But it's like a homemade pizza that comes out to being like about 800 calories for the entire thing. Like if you eat the entire pizza, it's like 800 calories. That's another cheat code one, where it's like, you're telling me I can eat a whole ass pizza for dinner, and it's less than 1,000 calories? Hello? Man, Omen Killer kicked my ass on my first Elden Ring playthrough. My boy did not stand a chance. That's one of the open world bosses that actually just ran my shit for so long. Somewhere out there, there's a VOD of me fighting this guy for like over an hour. Two eggs, hash browns, and Canadian bacon. Oh, Canadian bacon is so good. It's so awful for you. Like, every time I eat it, I'm like, I should not have eaten that. But it's so tasty, man. I love Canadian bacon. And, like, we can call it Canadian bacon all we want. It's ham. I really like ham as, like, a breakfast. It's literally just... It's ham, but marketed for breakfast. That's all it is. But it's delicious. Throw a bit of Cajun seasoning and ketchup. You lost me. I was with you. I was with you. Some know of my burning hatred. My what's a good creative word here? You don't like ketchup is so nasty. I cannot stand ketchup. The one thing that I do say though is like fast food burgers. Like specifically if it's like a McDonald's or like a Wendy's or a Burger King kind of burger, I like ketchup on that, but like only that. Like that's the one thing that I will eat ketchup on. And I won't order it with ketchup. Like it's just if it comes with ketchup, I won't care that it's there. But normally I hate ketchup. I despise ketchup. Ketchup does not go on anything for me. Especially when you get wacky with it and you're putting it on like your eggs. What are the other wacky ones? Mac and cheese. What the hell? Noodles. Noodles in general. Just like I've seen people put ketchup on buttered noodles. What are you doing? Ketchup does not go on that. Stop. Gotta try it on the breakfast Sammy. You know who actually has the best breakfast sandwich? And I will never back down from this statement. Because there's a lot of hate out there for this establishment. But I will never back down from this opinion. This one's pretty much just for my Americans. No, I don't think this chain is outside of the US. But dude, Denny's, the Grand Slamwich at Denny's. It's their breakfast sandwich. It's huge. It's loaded with everything you could ever want in a breakfast sandwich. It's got the egg, the cheese, the ham. It's so good. I don't even like Denny's all that much. But I will gladly go to Denny's for breakfast just because I know that I can get a Grand Slamwich. It's the one thing that I'm like, Denny's, I will go to Denny's for this. If we're talking breakfast, like sit-down diner type chains though, despite not being able to really find any of them in the Minneapolis area at this point, dude, Perkins. When I lived in Orlando, Orlando, I discovered my love for Perkins. Because I had been to Perkins when I lived here and when they used to be like common here. I would go to Perkins like with friends because you'd go to like prom. And this is gonna sound stupid to anyone who hasn't done it, but trust me. You go to like prom, and then after prom, everyone goes from there to like Perkins at like midnight. You go to Perkins at like midnight and you get food there. Like that's like high school experience up here. Or at least it was for me because now Perkins practically doesn't exist in Minneapolis. Like they all shut down because Perkins has been going bankrupt. So, like, all the locations have shut down up here. But in Orlando, they were on every block. There was one across the street from my university. And I had, like, early morning classes for one of my terms. I would go into class at... what was it? I would go in... I'm trying to remember. I think it started at, like, 6 a.m. My lecture started at 6 a.m., and it was a 2-hour lecture from 6 to 8. And then a 4-hour lab from 8 to noon was this class. That is what it was. I remember this. Now that I've put thought into it, that was it. Shit. I'm gonna have to really evaluate my physics tier here in a second. But at, like, halfway through that, like, about the time that lab started, actually, this professor just said, you can take like a breakfast/lunch break at any time during that 4-hour lab, and you get an hour. And dude, me and the boys went to Perkins every goddamn day. Because he gave us a whole hour. We would pile into one car. Like, it was illegal. We would pile like 6 guys into one car. And we would go across the street, literally just out of the parking lot across the street, to Perkins, but the school was on a highway, so there was no way to cross the street legally. It was a 4-lane road. So we had to drive across the street. But we went across the street to Perkins. We would slam down breakfast and go back for the rest of lab. And I discovered how much I love Perkins. Perkins is a beautiful establishment. I love Perkins. If you get a meal at Perkins, chat, for my non-Americans, if you get a meal, and Perkins isn't expensive, I would get like a skillet for like $8, like $7.99, right? USD. I would get a skillet for like $8. And then as a side, because that was considered a meal, I could add a stack of pancakes. 3 full-sized buttermilk pancakes for 99 cents USD. And I would have food for a day. Like, with the 3 pancakes and the skillet, like, I would eat the skillet for breakfast, take those pancakes to go, like, just put them in a box, take them home after lecture, and that would be my dinner, was, like, the stack of 3 pancakes, because they were, like, full-size pancakes, and whatever else I would pull out of the fridge. But, like, Perkins is such a beautiful establishment. I love Perkins so much. I wish we had more Perkins here, because I would probably leave the house more often if I could go to Perkins. But I can't. Actually, where is the nearest Perkins to me? Open on every day, like, dude, they are, the Perkins, if there's a Perkins near you, it's never closed. Like, they're open practically 24/7. They close from, like, 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. They stay open on, like, every holiday. See, it's showing me one, like, 5 miles from me, but that one closed down. Like, that one just isn't even there anymore. Like, there's a restaurant in that location now. It's not a Perkins anymore. Yeah, the closest Perkins to me that's still open is a 38-minute drive. Waffles are greater than pancakes. This is a statement only made by people who have not had the right pancakes. There has been a serious lack of love in your breakfast cooking throughout your entire life. Perkins has great pancakes. You should go get Perkins pancakes. It's 99 cents. Go get some Perkins pancakes. I'm telling you. Changing. Life-changing. I missed a word. I'm so caught up in it that I missed a word. It's life-changing. When you have those pancakes that hit, they hit so much harder than any waffle you could possibly have. I don't like super sweet things. Waffles are sweeter. And they use the same toppings, like, typically speaking. But, like, waffles themselves are, like, they're sweeter. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Not as dense? If the pancake is dense, it's not right. Those things are supposed to be light and fluffy. They should not be dense. It shouldn't be. That's a shit pancake. You need some crepes in your life? I do like crepes. Crepes are nice. I don't know if we have the same crepes that the UK does, though. I think we might call crepes something else. I'm not 100%. It might be one of those things. I've been staring at this because I've been ranting about pancakes, man. Not as heavy on the stomach. That's probably fair. Oh, my back. Oh, the soul left my body for a second with that crack. Did the mic pick that one up? That one was loud. Did that one go through the mic? That was right in the center of my back. Like, just pure right down the middle of my spine. It didn't. Thank God. That, like, the soul left my body on that one. I probably won't even use any of these. If I was gonna use one, I would take the Restoring FP. I know I'm not gonna use any of these. Like, I've gotten all the good... sure. That one's like, maybe I will use it. It's a long shot, but they're... Oh, intelligence... Yeah, I was confused for a second. Give me the intelligence one. I don't think I want to make... Oh. Hold on a second. Wait, I could just stack these. Or I could stack this. Oh. Oh, chat. Here's what we're gonna do. Because they added a test dummy into the round table in this mod. I can go and test if the 6 intelligence or the 5% increase does more for my build. Like, gets the damage number higher. This is why this guy is here. Crepes with lemon and sugar. Crepes with strawberries. Crepes are closer to UK pancakes. Yeah, pancakes on their own aren't sweet. So that gets me 344. 348. We're min-maxing, bitches. We did it. We've done it. We min-maxed. See? Just like that. Huh? Jess got that couple's desks together. I'm jealous. She's living all of our dreams. Bro, what do you mean all of our dreams? I would not want that. I would not want that. What are you talking about? And no one else would want that either. I wouldn't inflict that on anyone else. You don't realize. I've said it before. Keep reading before I smack your toe. I don't think it would work because one mic would pick up the other person, etc. Yeah, I was about to say, you don't understand. Even if the other person in this theoretical isn't a content creator and they may, like, say that they work from home at their desk and they're not a creator, but they still have theirs like next to me, you don't understand the volume of this. You can't see me pointing. You don't understand. You don't understand the amount of air that I push out when I speak. And the beard covers it up. You don't understand how wide my mouth goes when I speak. It's cute in theory, but two creators would need different rooms. Bro, opposite end of the house. Like, you don't, I'm telling you, you do not understand. Like, the whole house hears me when I'm streaming. My entire household hears me. Every word of it. They hear every bit. When I start talking about Goatsy, my mom upstairs hears it. Alright, it's the reality of the volume that I project. When I talk about a dude spreading his ass, my 50-some-year-old mother upstairs can hear that shit. She hears all of it. Talk shit about your mom right now. She's out of town right now, but I'm saying normally. He's not into content creation, so shouldn't be a problem. That would be lucky. Because, oh boy. Yeah, it sounds cute. It would not be. Not with me, at least. You know, maybe some people, like maybe the people who like have their mic right up to their mouth and like it's because they talk super quietly and softly, like maybe. My mic has so many noise gates and shit. Like my noise gate's really strong because I can make it really strong. Because my ass is loud, so it works. So you know, maybe, but it's Chrism with a K. Who's this Chrism with a K? I happen to know a Chrism, but a Chrism with a CH. Who is this Chrism with a K? I actually haven't talked to that guy in a long time. Manga Minx. No. I didn't really watch PewDiePie. Chrism is her wife? Let's just see about this fake Chrism. Let me compare Chrisms real quick. The Chrism with a K is probably gonna ratio my Chrism. Crinks. I was like, maybe not. There is a Chrism with a K. Roblox and VR YouTuber. Oh, hold on. My Chrism might ratio them. Hold on. I gotta check the numbers. My Chrism ratios them.
If you've been in the zombie...
Sorry, that was the channel trailer thing. Hate that shit. This is their second channel? Yeah. You're having me look up the other... Does that count? Hold on. Okay, well, in this case... Oh, there's a trailer! Don't play it! Swear to God. In this case, he gets ratioed. Hey, Shodan's in one of her recent thumbnails. Recent from a year ago, but still in the last 5 videos, so. System Shock. System Shock reference. She started a new one with her wife. Look, I'm just saying, my Chrism. My Chrism might be the Chrism. Just saying. Why do I have all these random connections with guys so much larger that I don't use at all? I use one. The most recent one I use, who will remain unnamed. I didn't use it well. There was another one. Use them so I can use you. There was one who I haven't spoken to him in ages, like so long. I still have him on Discord. I was in a video with him. He's got more than 1 mil. I only knew him because of the zombies scene. That's where I know all of them from. I know them all from back when I was in the zombies scene. That's where I met all of them from, to be fair. They are all current or former zombies guys, specifically. That niche was pretty tight. If there was a zombies creator, we knew about them. Like, everyone knew each other in that space, knew who each other was. There was so much beef in that space. Everyone, it was like VTuber Twitter, but in a giant Discord server, where it was like shit talking straight to the face. Like, it would not get buried. They would see it. Everyone in that server hated each other. There was so much beef. There was so much beef in that server. It was 90K because I gave her audio advice that worked. Hey, get on that. Get on that. You know, this is like a mutual benefit thing. You know, you grow, I grow, you grow. This is like a mutual benefit sort of thing here. You get on that. Get on that. That would be cool. That would be good. You're saying I should join a VTuber server to make connections? I purposefully don't join them. I was in like the big zombies creators server, and the Chrism that I'm mentioning, he's got just under 300K, and I granted when I knew him he was at like 100K. We haven't spoken in a minute. And he also doesn't use that channel much anymore because he split off from he got burned out on zombies really hard. And he went to do another, like, group channel that he actually has not attached his name to at all. So I won't. My lips are sealed, but... that one's actually... that one's doing well for him as well. He's got a strong, creator's mind. And even beyond that, he's got a strong storyteller's mind. Which is huge. So huge. I've been working on the storytelling. The Armored Core video, I used a lot more storytelling. Just saying. I gotta work on it still, but that's not a bad start. YouTube didn't like that short at all? I don't get it. I posted a way shorter one this morning that also didn't hit. I was running my own experiment alongside yours for comparison. Did not hit. So, like, I don't know. I said it earlier. I was actually talking about it when I saw the thing come up. The Halo one? No. Elden Ring one this morning. I was like, maybe the length of the short doesn't matter. I was like, maybe if we just make a good short, it'll do good. Who would have thought? Maybe if I just make a good video, it does good. Oh, their shield is not negating any of the damage. You see that? I was doing the same damage to the shield as, like, to when he wasn't blocking. You son of a bitch! It was bad of them, I guess. Well, I mean, you're still feeling it out. Like, you only just recently started doing it. And, like, I could tell you what I do. But then you would have to, like, change everything. So, it really wouldn't help much. Yeah, I think I might be fine going through the magic school this time, actually. I might be ready. I always tend to come here too early in the game, and I'm always unprepared. But like, oh boy. Let's see if that helps. Yeah. If I remember to, I will send you things later. I can share secrets, but not on stream. Not putting it on VOD. I'm not archiving these secrets. No. No. You share secrets with me? Last time you said no. Video creation secrets, yes. What videos I'm doing, I kind of did this week. False saw the thumbnail like 12 hours early for Armored Core. So False knew what game it was earlier than anyone else. Actually, that's not true. One of my buddies knew that I was doing that video. She was the second person outside of me to know what that video was. Would I really copy you? I'm not saying copy you. I'm saying I have a strong idea, and I got numbers behind said idea, and it would only slightly change your process. It would be worth trying. Because it really would be. I asked his advice on my thumbnail. Tom sent me all of the branding stuff that he did for you this morning. And I hit him with the graphic design is my passion meme, just to piss him off. The same one that Sepper hit him with. content house. When? Drop the family, you coming to America? As long as we don't go to LA or Texas. Or North Carolina. Did he send you the rubbish ones he did first? He did. He did send me those. I don't drive car good. Mr. Beast is right below me. Found out the other day that apparently H2O Delirious is from North Carolina. I had never heard that one before. That was super random. But I saw that the other day. I had to be so nice about those ones. No, you did not. If Tom sent me those, I would have been like, this is like loose concept, right? He would have been like, I'll put them in reserve. I've had occasions with Tom where I was just like, no. I can't think of a specific time. I can remember Tom sending me something and I'm just like, how do I word this?
One day without fail you will have your wish. So please grant me
Ash?
forgiveness.
I don't know this one either.
You, is it? I didn't notice you there. I'll be doing my job, same as ever. Just lay out your arms.
Oh, singer. Very, very large channel. What the? Is this like a general, like just a singer, not like specifically a YouTuber? That's the vibe that I'm getting. All my work was excellent. I can't think of what it was. I just know that I've had a moment with you where you've sent me something and I was just like, I wish I could think of an example of it. Like, I wish I could remember what it was. Sure, I knew it was asked though. Yeah, probably, but. I've sent you stuff and been like, I don't like this. Yes, you have. That was always my favorite, when Tom would send me something and immediately he would just be like, I don't like it. Like, bitch, you made it. It would always be, he was gonna ask like what to do with it whenever he would say that. He was like, what is bad about this? But he has sent me stuff and just flat out been like, here's what I made, I don't like it. For like a thumbnail or something in the past, and I'm just like, what? And why is it on my desk, Tomothy? I have to send it just in case you like it though, because that's happened that has also happened where Tom has sent me something and been like, I think this looks like shit. I'm like, no, this is good. And I just run it. You with my thumbnails? Dude, that one thumbnail that you, the cloud one, the Final Fantasy one, that one haunts me. Because still to this day, I'm like, man, there was like, no saving that one. Like, I even was looking at it and I'm like, I don't know what to do with this. I was like, back to the drawing board, I don't know what to do. Like, if it was my thumbnail, I would have, after looking at it for as long as I did, just been like, we start over. We start from scratch and we do something different. But with that one, I was like, I don't know how to fix this. I was like, I have no idea. Not a clue. Also, yeah, the typo on the first one that Tom made, very good. The typo Or not the typo, just the misspelling. Because immediately I saw it and I was like, Closaurus. It made me smile, Tom, don't worry. Good funny. Good funny. Oh wait, there's a Grace like right here. There we go. I always forget that. It's so much fun. What is this? Uh-oh. It's a thumbnail. It's a thumbnail of falses. This video isn't up yet, right? I haven't seen this one. Or she's like, I don't like this thumbnail, but to be honest, I know it will flop. Thumbnail is bad, but released to members today. Thumbnail is bad, but video won't perform anyway, so it's whatever. I can't say I've ever been in that spot. You know, if I think a video's not gonna do well, I don't make it. I'm fine abandoning a series. I've done it a good amount of times. I am known for abandoning a series. Ah, he breezed it that way. I was gonna say, am I dead? Fake.png. I want it done. I'm one episode away. Like this one is the last one? Or there's a 28. Oh wait, I probably could fight him on my horse. I can cast spells from the 27 and done. I probably still wouldn't have done it. But oh shit, the controls change up. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna need this. There we go. This is gonna be epic. Just shooting ice at him from horseback. I gotta say, this is new for me. This is not a way that I've done this in the past. Oh boy. So you're saying the thumbnail is bad? No, I'm saying I have never, like, I don't, if I think a video is gonna do bad, I just won't make the video, is what I'm saying. Like, I won't put the time in if I think it's gonna flop. Because as nice as it would be to, like, finish something up, streams are a different story at this point. I used to be that way with streams, but at this point, granted, my standards are higher now than they were before in terms of, like, what I consider a flop and what I don't. Like last year, if the Armored Core video got over 100 views, that would have been a success for me. This year, if, like, with the Armored Core upload yesterday, if that video got less than 1K, I would have considered it a failure. Like, the standards change with time. But at this point, every stream, like, practically every stream by my standard is a flop. I'm just doing the streams for fun at this point. Like, if this was just about the business model, streams would get cut in their entirety, because that would be the smartest decision I could make in the spot that I'm in right now. But, like, this is the fun part, so I don't want to drop this part. Ah! False, did you ever hear my numbers for how much of the traffic on my channel streams make up? I don't think I ever told you this one. Because it sounds like a ridiculous statement. But I pulled up the analytics on stream to make a point. The streams on my channel, like per month at this point, make up 0.9% of my channel growth and traffic. Less than 1%. So at this point, it's genuinely just, we do this part because it's fun. No other reason. Shrooms won't make me money right now. Ugh. The Beardathon is carrying in that sense for me. Once the Beardathon is over, I won't even have that justification. Two new views. It's a start. Oh god. Shit. There goes Torrent. First time down. You're gonna have to tell me what thumbnail I made was bad. Whatever it was, I didn't use it. It was one that we fixed. Like, I wouldn't have run the thumbnail if I was like, oh, that's shit, thanks. I wouldn't have done that. Yeah, this year I have just found out, well, I can't say that without sounding bitchy. I'm trying to rephrase it in my head. The simple part that doesn't sound bitchy is me saying that this year I found out that I'm not as good at streaming as I am at making videos. Like, that's the simple part, that's whatever. The other thing that I found out is that prior to this year, I really didn't have many skills as a creator at all, despite having been doing it for so long. Last year was a fluke, man. I don't know how we got here. Like, or to the point that we were at in, like, early this year, like January, February. Like, the fact that we got that far, the way that we did, that was the fluke. That was the luck component coming in terms of, like, you know how they, like, it's content creation is skill based in terms of, like, success, but luck plays a role to some degree always. Oh my god, you're shitting me. I sound so stiff in regular vids. On stream, I'm a crackhead. Yeah, it figures it out. What you talking about? I didn't say I'm terrible at it. But, we wouldn't have gotten to this point in terms of channel size if I, like, stayed with the model of streamer that sometimes does videos. The transition to I work like 7-8 hours a day on videos and then stream for a few hours every day for fun was definitely the right call. I think you're better at streaming? I don't think so. Ah, fuck. Ah, shit. I mean, shit. I meant to say shit, Musan. Different skills. Yeah. got a swear jar on my stream now. I mean, it mostly fixed me saying the F word. It works. Oh, okay. I do have a good streamer skill. I thought of it. I thought of what it is. But it's not even really a skill. It's kind of just stupid luck. It's the split brain bullshit. Like, even just that I can, most of the time, play the game and, like, progress and do well, while also only looking at my monitor, like, half the time, because I'm reading chat constantly and rambling about something else. It's that part. That, like, it's... Maybe you could call it a skill, like a streamer skill. For a lot of people, it would be a skill. For me, it's... My brain just runs really fast. And my attention span is awful. And it manifests like that. It's more luck. That shrine, hey, I managed to make the most wild solution to that shrine while only paying like half attention. I'll have you know. Funny enough, it does kind of support it. Because the fact that I conjured that one up while only looking at the screen like half the time. Actually, I was looking at the screen a lot more during that because of all the backseating in the chat during that shrine. Holy shit. Jess was putting in overtime. There were like at least like 7 timeouts during that shrine. And for every timeout, there was like 4 deleted messages beforehand and like warnings, like typed out warnings. That shrine was overtime, and Mikkel just sitting there being like, "Nah, you got this. I can just relax." That was the best part. That Mikkel was there, and you were like, "You know, you could help, Mikkel." He's like, "I'm eating." Smiley face. Mikkel was just like, "No, you got it." Hold on. You are allowed to say that it's funny because they got warned so many times. They got warned so many times. And then they came back and were like, "Why did I get banned?" And she told him that was why. And then he kept doing it on the second account. And he got banned again. You are allowed to say that that was funny because it was. Why? I don't know, man. Oh wait, I never used this. This would probably help. More damage, fight goes faster, less chances for me to die. Simple logic. Are you shitting me? Really don't understand social cues. I mean, I would have just had the mods, like, crack down on it. I definitely think that you could have kept going with it. People were backseating so hard in the BioShock streams, man. It was... If I had a wrench... Because, oh, brother. Especially, you don't do that with BioShock. People are wild for that. People are crazy for that. Because BioShock is made in such a way that literally every situation you get into, there's like at least like 6 or 7 solutions to every single problem. Like the whole point of that game, gameplay-wise, is that you come up with your own way to fix everything, because everything interacts with each other in BioShock. Like that's why that game is so beautiful, gameplay-wise. So backseating on BioShock is actually crazy. Because the game is literally, like, fundamentally built around creativity. You need to get in there and melee this dragon more. Look at this. No melee. He's dead. It only took, oh, 3? Was it 3 tries? Or was it 2? It might have been 3. Smithing stones. I don't think the large smithing stones are useful anymore. Large sombers are. Large sombers definitely are. I'm worried to give people mod because I don't want them to feel like they have to be there. I'm there anyway. Oh, dude, I would have bonked so many people that stream. I was sitting there, like, I was annoyed during those streams because I was just like, dude. The large sombers are no longer useful, actually. Never mind. I was wrong. I need great sombers now. That's also why we have so many mods. False. It's because of, it's so that they don't feel like they have to be here. Because, like, at any given time, we have at least one. It's so rare that we don't. Doesn't mean... Oh, yeah, on BioShock as well. I know exactly who we're talking about. It happened on the BioShock stream as well. Yeah. Normal, large, colossal, and ancient. Interesting. Because I won it in a competition. Well, that as well. But for everyone else, it's so that we have an absurd amount. So that at any given time, with them just casually, like, coming in and out of the stream, at least one of them will be here. And then there's also, Sepper is also an exception. Well, not necessarily an exception. Just slightly different. Sepper's a mod because we needed, like, an emergency mod during Cuphead. The Cuphead streams were so wild. There was so much shit going down when we played Cuphead last year. Because I was averaging over 100 concurrent while playing it. And it was a significantly younger audience on average. So, dude, there was so much moderation happening. That chat was going so fast. And we just needed an extra, and Sepper was there. And I was like, boom. He gets it. I just handed him a hammer one day. And said, do your thing. And he did. Oh, because of the talisman. I was like, why is my intelligence so high? I didn't scale it that high. I was confused. I don't know which one of these will be better. So let's just try it out. Hello, friend. But that doesn't seem so bad. That actually seems pretty good. What if I don't charge it? Oh, it's still so slow. Uncharged, it still hit really hard up close like that. That one might be hard to beat. That one might be hard to beat. I just have to test the other one real quick. I see that it's 4. Just let me conclude my test here. Oh, it hit something in the ceiling. Yeah, that's an immediate yikes for me. I don't think that's the one. I don't think that one's gonna be a good fit. It just breaks if it hits something. Yeah, I'm good. Because that's gonna make it, like, good in some spots. But it's gonna also mean that it's useless in a lot of spots. So I'll pass. Jess loves using the banhammer. Yeah. Stretch. That's a good stretch. Anyway, there's the button. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy, and you haven't done so already, feel free to go ahead and leave a sub. Come back another time. We're doing this. We're doing Tears of the Kingdom 100%. We're doing I Remember Everything I'm Doing. Definitely. Oh, Final Fantasy for the first time. And there's one more. I'm forgetting more than one. I'm not looking at YouTube Studio. I am not. YouTube Studio's not loading it. Anyway, we're doing stuff. And starting late August again, it's going to be release season. So it's going to be packed with just a shit ton of new games for like 2 or 3 months. So we'll just be playing all the new stuff. If you're excited for a game this fall, we will probably be playing it. Simply. So feel free to come back for any of that. Also, if you enjoyed stream, feel free to go ahead and leave a like. Dark Souls 2, that is what I was forgetting. Thank you. Feel free to leave a like if you enjoyed. Helps out a lot with algorithm and stuff. Helps push it out to more people. Even when the video or the stream ends, still turns into a video and goes out to recommended and search and all that. So it does help. I appreciate the boost. Thank you if you've done so already. Thank you if you're about to do so. If you're looking for links to anything outside of YouTube to engage with the community, feel free to check out links in the description. Things like Twitter, Discord server, TikTok, any of that's down there. It's all at the bottom. Other than that, though, once again, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll be back here next time. I hope y'all have a good rest of your day. Thank you for coming to the stream, and goodbye.